Good morning. I just added plants everything to my list of mods, and I'm surprised and impressed by the amount of things that you can plant. Which, you know, that's why it's named that, so I get it. How did I do it on this side? I did. Morning, Rubino. I'm sure you already knew this, but plant everything is a wild mod. Gives you the ability to plant everything. Ah, missed. I'm also realizing that my hard drive is pretty full because I haven't gone through editing enough. Okay, I think those are fine. I don't know what they're doing, but the neighbors keep banging on something. Okay. I think I want to keep working on this path out here. I am going to need some of that. Is there more wood over here somewhere, or do I need to go grab more? Oh. I mean, that's not a vineberry cluster. This is part of plant everything, I guess, but that's not a vineberry cluster. It shouldn't have any vines on it, so I don't know what it means ready in 3 hours. Oh. Oy. Bum bum. Bump Bum, bum, bum. Show me a dream. I was thinking about this walkway over here that's gonna go around this mountain. I was thinking about like what the best way to manage it might end up being. Okay, these are 4, but they're a quarter of the size of this. It would use less stone for me to do it this way, even though half of it's going to be hidden. So I was thinking, I have this gizmo mod, right, that lets me rotate however I want to, and I was thinking about how am I going to get these pieces to like touch the ground, and I was realizing that I can twist and rotate them on a vertical axis and make them touch more easily. Okay. I think I need to test something over here real quick. Trying to think if... Ooh, I'm not in range of a forge. Trying to think if I can do the block like this. I know that I can go like that. But does it care if I do like this? It does. Okay. So I would definitely want to be able to make it go under, right? Oh. Oh. It's like struggling, but thing. Let me try vertical first. Wife message. Rotate this way. There. See that? See that? Are you touching? Oh, you don't. Are you touching? Barely touching. Damn it. Oh. Okay, I think maybe I don't go this way. I think maybe what I'll do is just use the metal poles to help with the structure over here. I'm gonna have to build another stone bench over here. I'm so heavy. And I'm also gonna need a forge over here to plop the metal pieces down. think I put a forge over here. Huzzah. All right. Oh, you know what? Use it. Okay. So if I keep this going like this. Okay, let me see about this before I keep going around the bend. So if I were here and that looks straight. So if I put that there, that should help create the support I need. I'm gonna go back and grab a little bit more wood. How was your day, Rubino? Same old, same old? Okay, so I think what I'm going to do is put a series of just wood walkways out here as like a way to catch stuff that I might drop. Aw, was it just a busy day? Come. I think we're due. I do. Ooh, man, I had an injection in my hip. Been a couple weeks now, and the injection itself, like everything went fine, and it's supposed to alleviate some of the pain symptoms that I was having, but it did. It helped with like one thing, but I think that when it helped with the one aspect of pain, I think that the pain I was having in my legs before was masking what I'm now feeling in my hips, because now I've been having this pain in my hips that is not, it's not great. But that'll end up meaning, talking to the doctor who did the injection about all of it and being like, hey, so it helped, but also there's this other stuff now that, I think it's the stuff that he's going to be the guy to deal with anyways. Yeah. Well, I mean, when I first got when I first became a patient at the VA hospital, they initially had put me on Norco, which is an opioid, and they were doing that to just treat the pain. They're like, oh yeah, you're in a bunch of pain, okay, well, here you go. And like, it helped, but I also developed a dependency to it. Like, nothing else was helping, and so it was, problematic to be dependent on a narcotic pain medication. So when I eventually was taken off of it, it was, an added complication from a pain standpoint, because now it was trying to manage that pain as well as, going back to sorting out what the original issue was, or attempting to. But the at least with this injection, it was planned as a diagnostic tool. Like, hey, we'll do this injection in your hip, and if it helps, then at least we know that your hip is, part of the issue that you're experiencing. So like, that makes sense. I can get behind that, it makes enough sense to get behind. It's not a like, well, let's just inject you and call it good. I think I want to do this. All I want is a place to call my own. Keep your hopes up high and your head down low. So it's like, it's a mixed bag, right? It's good that something is different, because then, that means that the injection did do something. But now it's a matter of doing something about that. Yeah, I feel you on that. I wasn't on opioids long enough for it to create any real problems. So I'm at least lucky there. But, it's one of those, it could have been worse, but it wasn't great that, I wasted a couple years medicating like that when we the doctors, we could have been doing more to try and you know, find the root cause of the problem rather than just trying to medicate. That is wild that that does not want to hold. Yeah, so it's an interesting situation because it's like the it's so weird. The only time that I am not feeling all of the pain is when I'm distracted with gaming. And that's not a it's not a guarantee and it's not an always, but gaming works phenomenally well to occupy my brain and make it just too busy to perceive some of the pain issues that I've had. And this is true for me for years now. So it's like getting to sit down and game can actually help with the pain and be a relieving thing for me. But also, sometimes sitting down is painful. Sitting for long periods of time is painful. So it's this weird situation of like trying to balance these conflicting bits of information. I am not religious at all, so I don't think that I've tried meditating. I've had anxiety issues for a while, and with pain and anxiety, trying to go to sleep can be really complicated. And so meditating, I end up in virtually the same position as I am when I'm trying to sleep, where being essentially like being left alone with my brain and my thoughts is difficult and, you know, creates problems on its own, let alone, you know, trying to actually sleep or get rest from sleeping. Oh, no, don't break that one. I don't know about you, but for me, one of the probably the biggest issue I've had regarding pain is like having to not do things because of pain, but also like that struggle type situation of knowing that you're keeping other people from doing things, right? So like going on family vacations has been problematic for me because most of the places we want to go and the things we want to do and the things we want to see require a lot of walking. And I'm not in a great position for walking because it hurts, right? It adds to pain, it creates problems. So like it's difficult to try and, you know, be like, yes, I want to go on vacation, but also at the same time, I don't want to add to my pain problems. So like it's a difficult thing to have to talk about with your spouse that like, yeah, I want to do this, but it's going to hurt and I don't want to hurt. Yeah, I usually just do the things, whatever the thing is, because you know it's usually short enough of a activity wherever we're going, whatever we're doing. It's usually short enough that the pain is, you know, mostly manageable. Damn, that one is not tall enough. Okay, so far this is mostly working. I mean, that's going to end up being a lot of stone in total, but I think it'll be worth it to have everything match. You know, relatively match, I suppose, should be the words I use. Oh. Bad habits lead to late night staring alone. Stranger I barely know. Already won't. Okay, so I think to make this match, I want just to make sure that the top matches, and I don't care as much about the bottom matching exactly because it's the walkway is sticking out further above ground than it is below, but I think it won't be terribly noticeable if these are sitting on this edge, you know, on this edge instead of on the inside corner. I'll grab some Grostine and we'll take a look. Okay, so if I go like this, that, oh, okay. Okay, so I should probably do this one here on this corner first. The issue I might run into... Yeah, if I go like this should be okay. I mean, that's good if you can distract with it. Like I said, I mean, I do have video games to distract myself with. Kids can definitely be a distraction. But also, like, I notice pretty frequently that my issues with pain definitely make me more irritable. I think, you know, being in pain all the time adds to my irritability. And then, you know, kids are stressful. So I find myself, you know, sometimes like irritated with myself at how irritable I am. You know, like, it's like, get it together, dude. You shouldn't be this irritated over something so basic. But it's complicated. Of course, like, also sleep is an issue. And between pain and anxiety, I don't sleep great. How would you go? Yeah. Well, I mean, I know that it's like I know that let's say you wake up normal, average, like regular person without any pain issues, wakes up normal day, right? Their meter for how much crap they can put up with today starts at 0 for most people already. And when you're in pain and you're not sleeping well because of it, it's like you're already starting halfway full. So it's like it's that added issue of, you know, trying not to get aggressive feels while also dealing with pain and shit is complicated. Not, it's one of those that, like, it's also a pretty bad vicious cycle, right? So like, you do the thing of like, you don't get enough sleep, so you end up feeling irritable, and then you end up like snapping at somebody, and then it's like, fuck, I should be able to do better than this. But then it's like, wait a second, I'm in a lot of pain, and I know that that is a reason for it. And it's like, I know that that doesn't excuse it, but also, like, I understand it. So it's just, it's just complicated. Today was just an irritable morning because, kids didn't get ready well. One of them was particularly difficult to try and get ready and get her out the door, which, adds to my frustration. And then she's pouting because she wants her water bottle and she doesn't know where it is. And it's just like regular level of stresses, but I was already like on edge. Yeah, I remember the Matrix movies. I don't know that I watched the third one, I definitely didn't watch the fourth one, but the first two. Didn't mean to break that. Oh yeah, spoon does not exist. Yeah, if that were, I don't know. It's not that simple for me, sadly. I do subscribe to spoon theory, which is about a way to describe your pain and complications to a person who, you know, might not have pain issues and, you know, might not understand. So spoon theory is great, but there is no spoon is not something I would ever be able to manage being okay with. I'm very science oriented and analytical, and I know that there is weight to the concept of mind over matter. I know that there is some actual validity to it, but that doesn't make it any easier to shove in your brain and tell your brain, listen up, this is how we're gonna do things now. You're gonna listen to me, and we're gonna do only the power of the mind, and we're gonna just, you know, forget that we're in pain. I just recently did this online course support group thing that was essentially that. Like the whole thing was basically about the power of the mind sort of thing, where they were trying to, well, okay, it's not just about the power of the mind, but they were also explaining, like, identifying your pain triggers so that you can try and manage things. And this was a course that the VA only offered to me. This was just a few months ago, so December. And I've been going to the VA for medical stuff for 16 years. And they only just offered this course. Granted, I don't know that it was a thing, right? I don't think that they had this course prior to these last recent years. But the fact that it was only just offered is wild to me, because a lot of the shit that they were teaching in it about, like, identifying your triggers and being aware of things and being your own advocate for your pain, either with doctors or with family, to, you know, make sure everybody understands your situation and your limitations and all of that kind of stuff. And so it was wild to me that this was something that only just got offered to me, when it would have been so useful 15 years ago, instead of me basically teaching myself how to cope with pain all that time. And, like, you know, I spent all my own time figuring out how to manage my triggers and finding ways to explain my pain issues to family members. Like, I don't know if you've ever heard of spoon theory, but it's pretty brilliant. I don't remember the author of it, but it's a woman who has, I think it was lupus that she has, which is like a forever condition that you can treat symptoms, but it's never going anywhere. It's never going to leave her alone. She is always going to have this condition. And so she was trying to find a way. She had a friend. She's at the time of her coming up with this theory, she was 20 something, and she has a friend who is like, oh, come on, hang out. Like, not trying to be a jerk to her or ignore her conditions, but just, oblivious as a person who she doesn't live with a condition all day, every day. She's oblivious to what her friend might go through on a daily basis just to do, mundane shit. So she was like, her friend was inviting her to go do some stuff. And this girl, like, can't go do the things that you want me to do. I'm out for today. It's like, it's too much already. And so her friend was bugging her. And so she was like, okay, I want to explain this to you. So she gets 10 spoons out of her kitchen drawer. And she comes over and she hands her friends the spoons. And she's like, okay, what are we doing? I'm playing a game? She's like, no, I want to show you something, but this is the easiest thing I could think of to explain it. So every day you start with only so many spoons. Let's say 10 in this situation. Now, when you wake up in the morning, what's the first thing you do? And she's like, oh, I don't know, probably eat breakfast. She's like, okay, so take away a spoon because you're going to have to spend some of your energy, and the spoons are energy. You're going to have to spend some of your energy making breakfast. Okay, so now you need to, get ready for work and everything? Yeah, got to get ready for work, take a shower, blah, blah, get dressed. She's like, okay, take away another spoon because the energy you're expending to get ready for work is taking one of your spoons. She's like, okay. She's like, so you haven't even left the house yet to get to work, and you've already used 2 of your 10 spoons. She's like, okay. She's like, all right, so now you go to work, and you know that that's probably going to take 4 or 5 of your spoons to sit at your office all day and do work. Okay, cool. Well, you still need to go home and make dinner, eat dinner. If you want to do anything social, if you need to do laundry, cleaning your dishes afterwards, maintaining the house, if there's any cleaning that needs doing at home. She's like, oh, okay. And she's like, so you go home, you do this, and she's, taking away spoons after describing all of these things. And then the friend ends up with, she's like, okay, so now you've got 2 spoons left. You're at the end of the evening. You do need to go to bed and whatnot, but you do have 2 spoons left. You can use those spoons today, now, and then wake up tomorrow again with 10. Or if you don't use 2, if you don't use both of them, you might wake up with 1 or 2 extra spoons tomorrow to be able to use, on whatever else tomorrow. And she's like, okay. So she's like, so this is what it's like every day for me. This is what it's like living with her condition. And it was like one of the most incredible things I read in terms of being able to explain to someone else the just real life struggle of what it is to, deal with chronic pain on a daily basis. Thought it was pretty amazing. If you Google it, if you were interested, if you Google it, you can probably find the original writing pretty easily. Pretty awesome, in my opinion, the way that she puts it all together and explains. And then, since then, I've used spoon theory to explain to my wife, like, how I'm feeling. But I've also used spoon theory when talking to some of the doctors, and some of them knew about spoon theory already, which I thought was pretty cool. But then also, like, my wife would use spoon theory in a way of being like, I am just dead exhausted after an incredibly long day, trying to describe how she's feeling just as a, non-chronic pain person, but just as a regular human when, you know, she's had too much for the day and she just needs some downtime. Super awesome explanations for things. Highly recommend for everyone to, you know, get some figuring out how that works for them. I think I'm gonna plop these boxes in here. Ironwood, wispies. Oh. I think this is looking good over here. Not sure what I want to do yet about the eventual garrison guardhouse type thing up on the hillside. But something eventually. One thing I could do is I could extend the stairs down on this side also and then have it turn into that. And I think I might. I think I might bring these stairs down and then have a landing here that connects over there and then have it staring up from there. Seeing you. Ugh. I should make a set of stairs that go up right here. But not right this second. Ooh. I began to pray. Yeah. I definitely feel you on that with the be alone thing. It's wild how drastic that my general mood can be, because you know, with the pain comes some you know, mental strife, as it were. You know, the struggle for everything to feel okay. So I could definitely tell at different times when I'm like getting more fed up mentally and how it'll affect me on a day-to-day. Come on, don't be in the water. That's bad for you. I'm realizing that this one underneath is a whole like half a block difference, but that's all right. I think I'll get back online here. And for the spoon theory thing, I was just, that's just what worked for me. You know, not everything works for everybody. But it helped me a lot with being able to explain the situation to my wife. Ew, big rock. Ugh. Oh. Well, this is a shithole to be in. I'm gonna drown. This is nuts. Holy shit. I almost drowned. That close to shore and I almost drowned. Oh, I'm wet and don't have rested anymore. Yep. No, that wasn't enough. There we go. Go make it daytime so that I can function. I think this is a pretty cool looking walkway though so far. I just installed Plant Everything, so I am interested in seeing how many different things I can do and more things that I can do to spruce stuff up out there, adding mushrooms and flowers, you know, putting stuff that you expect to see, different sized bushes and whatnot. Let me grab a fresh drink real quick. Oh. You ever do any first-person shooters, Rubino, or you avoid those? Oh, well, I played a lot of Escape from Tarkov. I don't know if you've ever seen it, but it's like a realistic first-person shooter. I would say that it's more like a combat simulator, but they've definitely left some of the reality behind in recent updates. Which, you know, makes me less happy because I liked the realism that they had to offer before. But I got the game back years ago, 2019, 2020. And I used to use this software called Metal to clip things. It's not as good as like OBS on stuff, but it worked well enough for what it was. Did its job. I was able to clip a bunch of stuff and save a bunch of clips and share them and whatnot. Well, when I was sitting there editing stuff, I was watching someone play this new update on Tarkov, and I was thinking, like, I wonder. And so I went and looked, and I was able to find all of my recordings sitting on the Metal user profile. So, like, my user profile with the company. And was able to find all of the old recordings, and then found some software that helped me to like mass download all of them. So I ended up downloading like 200 clips of old Tarkov footage of back when I played. So it's kind of funny to have all that to go through. And I started editing and uploading some of it online, because it's so weird at this point because of its age that it feels ancient by comparison to what the game is right now. So I've been posting these clips, and I've had so many people posting in response to that, being like, the good old days kind of thing, they're reminiscing on how the game used to play. I think I'm going to leave this tree here, even though it's encroaching on my walkway. I think that one is nifty. Yeah, I love Tarkov, but I also hate aspects of it. So like a little bit of a complicated love-hate relationship with it. I do enjoy the game, but there are parts of it that I dislike. So I find myself sometimes doing the thing of like, I want to play, but also I don't. That's so cool. The plant everything tells you how long for the cloudberries to respawn. A beat up 6-string from secondhand store. I'm a little confused. Like I'm not upset about it, but I'm a little confused. How did Foreigner get on this playlist when it was like almost exclusively newer and like screamo, emo, alt rock kind of stuff? That's a bit confusing. Gotta keep on rocking. Make it to the top and be a jukebox hero. And I'm almost out of stamina. There it goes. Yeah, I mean, classic rock is great. I'm just surprised that this came up. You know, the YouTube algorithm decided Foreigner would be the next thing to pull after just listening to Linkin Park. Which I would venture to guess that people who listen to Linkin Park probably also do listen to Foreigner. So it's not like it's an extreme jump that it took, right? But alternatively, people that listen to Foreigner don't necessarily have, they've not necessarily ever even listened to or heard of Linkin Park, because you're going to find a lot of older people with Foreigner. Okay, so I dig all of this, but I think at the very least I want to keep the wall pattern going around that I had, but I'm going to have to... Oh, you know what? The plant everything. Yes. So plant everything saves me from a little bit of the harassment that vines take to put up. And it honestly, it's the first mod I've installed where I've gone, I don't know if I want to do that. That feels like cheating. Because it is kind of an annoyance, right, to install vines. This one has vines ready to go on the wall. You just need wood, and it will plop vines on the wall. So it feels like it's a little on the rude side or easy side if I were to pick this and be like, vines. Right? Now, the thing I don't know is, are these vines going to grow on their own? Or are these just... I think they are just what they are, right? Unless this is supposed to be the variant that, like, this is touching ground. I don't know. Because that kind of looks like what it looks like when the vines first grow. Like their very first growth when they leave the dirt and attach to the wall. Yeah, so I didn't do better Wisplight. I was okay with my first time in Mistlands being hard to see and all of that. Like, I was okay with that for my first time. But if I were to play again, I would probably want better Wisplight, just because the built-in Wisplight, it is kind of, it performs poorly, right? Like, it doesn't do its job very well. I don't know if those will grow, but we'll see. I'm going to plop one right here also and see if these grow. I have no idea if they'll grow or not. Yeah, for sure. I mean, I am of the mindset that everyone should do what they want with the game, because, you know, unless you're playing with other people and breaking some prior agreed upon thing, then you should do whatever you want. I am on a server where I might be the host of the server, but I am, you know, working with other people. They don't grow. Okay, thank you very much. Is it Andreas? Yeah, I'm very much of the mindset of, like, as long as you're not working against your fellow people, then I think it's fine. But, like, so Plant Everything, I installed and was like, I'm going to have to check and see to make sure. Oh, thank you. I have to check and make sure that the Plant Everything works as a client only, instead of putting it on the server for everyone to be forced into. Oh, I kept forgetting what I was coming for. I was coming from a hoe. So the plant everything vines won't grow. So that's a little disappointing because it is just the one formation of vine. But getting to plop shrubs will be nice, you know? All these different bushes. Because those things are really hard to have them persist. For vines, I don't know. I think maybe I'll do the vines in all the places that it's maybe impossible or near impossible to grow them. And then I'll stick with doing real vines beyond that. So like this right here, I should be able to raise the dirt up enough to do some vines on the wall here. Same thing here. I should be able to raise some dirt here and plop some vines. So I might do that legitly just so that it can, because with that one variant of vine, that's not enough for me to be satisfied with the way it's going to look once it's there. I'm going to raise this up. Yeah, all the vines up to this point have been problematic at best to get into place because there's been a lot of spots where like I'm ripping out a bunch of flooring to raise the dirt from through my basement. So this one might be difficult because I'm so close to everything here that it might not want to grow. Me pop these ones off. And we'll grow one right here too. I'll have to grab real vines and then let's put up the wall first before I bother going to grab the vines. Cut must open. Broken. Go. That one's there. Cha-cha-cha-cha. I might have to do small pieces of wall to get this one right. The end of you was the start of life for me. Let me put another one on there. Yeah, that's fine. So I'm leaving a gap because the way that I'm doing this walkway, I am putting like a almost like a handrail, I suppose you could call it, along the edge here as a basically as a way to just add depth when you're looking at it. I think I'm going to only do the wall up this tall so that this tree can still exist. Do I want to do some stairs going up this way also? I don't know. Maybe. Because I'm going to put a building on top here. So maybe I do want to work a series of steps down like that. This I'm going to take out because I don't need it anymore. But I will want to put in, I have a Mistward mod, so I will want to put in a ward over here somewhere. I might go put it like out in the mist somewhere. Yeah, I'll get ivy going more. But this should be fine for now. I should be able to plant ivy in a bunch of spots here, there, the other side. All along here. This is going to be the complicated portion because I have so much corner here. This wall is going to make it complicated. If I go like this... that looks okay. If I do this one, no, that one's going too far. We're gonna go with this one. Use this small brick. That way I can twist it here if I need to. Oh, that's actually kind of meeting up well enough. That'd be fine. Alright. The weight of a mighty. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Okay, now we do some plantable pieces. Let me raise this terrain ever so slightly. Oh no, actually I should take those with me. Oh, oh man. Feel the weight over my head. I have a lot of clips that I need to go through and edit so that I can clear up my hard drive because I've got like 3 terabytes of content recorded that I have not yet processed and uploaded. Although I gotta figure out how to do it better. There's like I've already like semi-processed a bunch, so I could probably get rid of like 1/8 of what's there. I just have to figure out how. Ivy seeds. Okay. Camera position's gonna be a little weird, but I can't sit right now. It hurts. I'm pretty sure that because of my hip impingement issue, that I'm sitting like right on my sciatic nerve, and it is a lot to deal with. Ugh. And I've considered a standing desk, but the more time I spend on my feet, the more worn out my feet and lower and legs all get. So like, it's a very precarious situation to be in. Rubino, what do you use to edit? What software? If you cause her pain, but she... Oh, man. So I tried using CapCut, and because it was free, and it was one of the first recommendations that came up when I Googled, you know, free video editing. And I couldn't come the fuck on. Like, there's a gap there that's tall enough for me to be in. I didn't like the way that the software worked, and then what I really didn't like is that it put all of the features that I wanted behind a paywall. And I'm like, oh, so the free version doesn't do like any of the stuff that I wanted. I looked online and found that there's another software called DaVinci Resolve. So I ended up switching to that, and it has so many more features than CapCut that like people are calling it. Some people are saying that it's gonna end up killing Adobe, because Adobe Premiere, you know, requires that you pay big monthly fees to have it, or a huge one-time payment for buying into the software. And DaVinci, while you can use the software for free, the paid variant that gives you like lifetime support, it's like $200 for the like lifetime license on it. Oh, that's pretty cool. The helmet cam and GoPro. I've enjoyed DaVinci so far. It's been more my speed. Yeah, DaVinci. I'm using the free version of DaVinci, and it's been great so far. I've had zero complaints about the free variant of it. I am probably going to do the paid version just so that I can get those last couple features that I might want to have access to. But also, at this point, I'm like, yeah, your free software is amazing. I am definitely willing to pay for this just because it's that good. Especially when it's like you pay $250 for a forever license on it, compared to, you know, Adobe, where it's like you have to pay $20 a month or whatever to use their service. Feel that weight of it. Not sure that I want to put this many in, so I might knock some of these out afterwards. Everybody sucks. Yeah, these ivies implanting on the wall is pretty great. Whew! I didn't mean to fall down there. Whew. Oh, that's not lined up right. Nice. Looking pretty decent. Boom, implanted immediately. We'll let those ones grow. This one also needs more space. Boom, implanted immediately. Love it. Yeah, I mean, if you're only doing a few videos a year, then yeah, definitely whatever you feel like, you know, is worth your time or not to do stuff, or just have your, if your kid knows how to do it, then there you go. I'm trying to do, you know, a couple videos a week. So definitely, you know, different levels of need there. I need to go back through because I didn't have recordings from a lot of my original streams, so I went back through and re-downloaded all of the VODs from when I first started building in this area, and I was able to put together, I was able to cut that up and so far put together 3 like 10-minute episodes, and then I have all of the other footage. I just need to finish cutting through it, but it's a lot of time. Let's go here. Filling in all the stone. All right, those are good. Rotate this way. Do I want to do it like that? But thank you. I appreciate that. I have, so I've got, you know, some videos up that I put up originally, but then I'm going back through and trying to make it more like a more actual series of videos to try and create more of a cohesive series, I think would be the right words, rather than, you know, what I did originally, which was just kind of like, hey, look at this thing, you know, that kind of thing. I'd like it to be able to be something that someone could follow along with the progress and see, you know, where I started from nothing and where it's at now with all the things. So I have a lot more recorded, and this stream is, of course, much further ahead in terms of what I've built and what I'm working on here versus how far behind I am on editing videos. Need more stone. All right, grab more stone. Oh, that one did not want to exist any further. I'll have to put the Grosstein in before I try and do that one then. A lot of what I'm doing with the build stuff is very just kind of like trial and error on stuff, you know? I'm putting something together and then I go, that doesn't look so good, let me rebuild it. Versus, you know, testing stuff. I will say, however, on occasion, I will take like an empty spot of land and build a portion of an idea to just see what it looks like before it's actually, you know, in place somewhere in the world and or difficult to build. Like, so like building on the ocean like this can be kind of annoying. Blocks fall into the water and all of that stuff that you have to deal with over time. So when I started this, I built just out on ground, I built a small piece to just test and see how I thought it looked. And then, you know, went from there with building it out further. I haven't figured it out yet what I want to do here, but I'm gonna put a set of stairs from here. Oh, did I make this shorter than I intended? I did. This was supposed to be up one block taller. Oofa. Let me do this. Let me raise the dirt on the back end. Yeah, it's meant to be one block taller. Oops. Big oops. Okay, let me do the Grostine parts because I've got Grostine over here. There we go. So on the other side, I didn't do as many Grostine uprights in terms of like in these corners. So I'm not sure that I want that many, but it does also make sense because it should help like with guiding the rails to be in a proper position. I think it might be okay like that, having the extras. I have to sneeze. Excuse me. You know, I had no idea that that's how you would spell that as an American who doesn't know other languages. I think most Americans, I mean, most of us just say bless you just because that's our default for whatever reason. But I don't think I ever would have known that it started with a G, because I think all of us, like, our brains say Gesundheit. But I don't think I ever knew that it was a G. But I guess it makes sense because I did like know that it was like a German origin of a word. The beauty of language. Yeah, it's just I think the Americans make it sound more like a K as a starting sound rather than a G. But I said, no way. Living like a... Okay, this one up here. These are the best nights. Living our best life. We were young, dumb, everything. Been thinking about that summer. I think that looks all right. Oh, need more stone. Oh, you know what? I've got some in this building up here. Am I more than you bargained for yet? I've been dying to tell you anything wanna hear, 'cause that's just who I am this week. Okay, can I stair up right here? I don't think that the stairs would be steep enough for this. Let's see, how do I want to handle this? Loaded gun complex, cock it and pull it. I think maybe what we'll do instead is have the stairs come up from here. One, two, three gets me up there. To be a fiction in your sheet, isn't it messed up? For one with a bullet. Whoa. These are not perfectly aligned, but I actually am surprised at how closely aligned they are. Like really, really close. Down, down. Down, down. Nice. Do I... You know what? Let me undo this. We're gonna just have those ones poke out like that. And then what I'll do is use this. We already took the bags and left home. There's no the dust. Okay, so that's good for now. And then I'm going to have to figure out something for the vertical over there. Once I figure out what I'm going to do for that building. Always did what they were told. Okay, so instead of breaking all this stone, I am going to use the fake vines on this, I think. I'll populate that at some point. We got a little bit of stone. We can fill this in the rest of the way. Ah, I'm out of stone. Oh, how hard up is my drive? It is 170 gigs left. I have to do some serious culling and editing tonight to make that better. Although I do have a terabyte on my other drive, so I should be able to work out a way to manage. I needed more stone, but let me also sleep and make it daytime. Boy. All right. Gotta repair stuff, grab more stone. So the plant everything also lets you take the sap from the, I'm going to say it wrong, the Yggdrasil tree? Tree of Life. Lets you take sap from the Tree of Life and plant Yggdrasil trees. The ones that you actually, you know, harvest for wood for wisp torches and whatnot. Stone, stone, stone. Which, honestly, I think is a good addition, because then you don't have to go venturing into the middle of nowhere constantly to find the wood that you want for the wisp torches or whatever. Hmm. Nice and heavy. Never fall asleep and now you make it all okay. It's okay, it's okay. You can leave the same way you came. For the stairs here, it's going to be kind of weird because stuff isn't going to match up right because there's no like bendable stairs. Whoa, wrong one. Okay, that's actually not bad. Yeah, that's not bad. Do I... See, it's stuff like this sometimes that makes me wonder whether or not I have undiagnosed ADHD. Because, like, I was trying to bring stone over to the other side of that peninsula, and I end up working on these stairs. Okay, now I'm confused. Which one of these is wrong? Those are right. What did I do wrong? Did I accidentally tilt? Weird. Maybe, okay, maybe this. Yeah, well, do that. I mean, they definitely can be for sure. My issue is more just the... What the fuck, where'd that rabbit come from? It looked like it just fell out of the sky. I think it might have been up on that platform. I think my issue is more just my own inability to, like, stay on task here. I think that'll be okay if it's not perfect. That's one of the things in Valheim that I've had to get used to, too, is that none of these walls and shapes of things are going to ever be perfect because, you know, the way that stuff in this game can twist and turn. Oh, man. See, now my knees hurt. Oh, my webcam is lagging. You know what? It might be because of the recording. Let me stop recording for a second. Yeah, the webcam is still lagging. Let me try restarting it once. Unplugged. Plugged back in. If it is still lagging, I will just turn it off temporarily. We'll go without. Come on, webcam. I know you want to come back. I know you do. Alright, let's just go no camera for now. And let me turn recording back on. Okay. So if I go down to here, what I expect is that I will need to turn. Let me grab a little bit more stone. And need some meat and I think I want to turn it that much. So I think the easiest thing is going to be if I raise a piece of stone here temporarily, or even maybe permanently, I will find out. But if I raise this, almost, not quite. Iron and wood. Magnum. Okay, those are interconnected now, and then downward. I think that's the right angle. Ow. Oh, man. So I love my chair. It's, oh God, I'm blanking on the company name. Secret Labs. It was expensive, but it's also, you know, a specific game brand. So I understand why it cost what it did. I have loved the chair for as long as I've had it. Like, it's been super comfortable. It's been enjoyable to have. But now I'm wondering if, like, I don't need to, like, get some kind of, like, doctor-approved orthopedic chair of some kind that might do a better job at, like, helping with my issues. I don't think I have the space necessary to get this where I want exactly. Not unless I make a pretty big shift. About feeling. I don't. Stop. Okay, let's just go straight down with this for now. Say so you're right out alone again, stuck in your head again, so right again, so you're... That's almost a straight line. That's wanna be. I don't wanna be me or the. When does it end? When do the feelings stop? When does it end? When can I call it quit? Okay, this is actually a good thing, I think, here. If I raise this corner only a little bit here. I think this is a good idea. Let's find out. When does it end? When can I call it quits? More stone. Okay, let's see. This is 2 more sets of stairs that would put me like there. If I rotate and go up, I think I'll run out of room. Yeah, I'll end up hitting like right there. I don't want that. Let's try going up 1 more set of stairs. Go with this. Okay, this is good so far. Oh, come on. Why is sitting complicated? It shouldn't be complicated. Okay, so check it out. This is too close. I need to move the stairs over here. That's annoying, but it needs to happen. Otherwise, it's not going to feel like very organic. It'll let me put a little rotation in the stairs. And put them kind of up against the rock. This is what I mean about not really planning and just kind of, you know, doing and then adjusting. Kind of wishing I had a barrier over here right now for stopping all of this rain from hitting me. Okay, let me see if the camera's still busted. Boink. Yeah, it. Ow. It. Actually, this doesn't need to be there like that. This could be there. Come on, camera. Hey, there we go. And it's not lagging anymore. Okay. Whatevs. I think what we want to do is start rotating here. We can make this last. If you can wait till I get home. So you can't give me what I need. And even though you mean so much to me, I can wait through everything. Is this really happening? I swear I'll never be happy again. But that we can just be friends. I'm not some boy that you can sway. La la la. Everyone is singing la. If you can wait till I get home, then I swear we can make this last. If you can wait till I get home. There we go. That's much better. I'm always beating my hands out. Oh, thank you, Tuma. I'm glad that you saw the clip. The apothecary, I think I probably put more time into it than a lot of other stuff, but I have done a lot more so far than what I've been able to put up on YouTube, just because I'm new to editing, so it's been taking some time to get used to and figure out like the best way to manage things. So there's definitely a lot more going on now than there was when I did the apothecary. If you would like, I was going to be doing a like flyby camera recording in a few minutes, because I need to do an updated one. So if you hang out for just a minute, I can do those in not very long from now. I just want to get these stairs finished before I do. Need more stone. With the apothecary, I didn't have to use too many mods to get everything how I wanted in that. But I've added a handful of mods since then that are definitely helpful on a lot of the build aspects for getting things to do what I want. Toss those here. I'm gonna need more stone. Do I have any more in this box? I posted some pictures on Reddit, but I haven't put a video out for it yet. But I spent stream time yesterday working on a kind of like a market food court type area that you might find in a medieval time period. Not that, this. Need more stone. Almost there. I think this will be fine, even though I could bend these stairs and that might look a little bit better overall. If I bent both of them, I don't know that I'd have enough walkway. Vampires, so he can have my heart. Do I want to go with bent? And if so, how much bend do I want? Oh, for sure. So the arches here are Grostine. I haven't done it on this side, but I got a mod that lets me ignore some invalid things, and it lets me rotate things. So I put wisp torches, the wisp lights, upside down in these archways. And so I'll be doing that to the other side also. It's like, it's enough light that it looks nifty, but it's not like an overpowering amount of light. It still keeps it kind of dark and mysterious. I'm gonna have to grab more stone. I'm trying to decide if I want to bend these stairs more or not. But I do need to bring these ones up one more, so... Hey. Wait. You know, it might be kind of interesting. Okay. I'm going to ignore these stairs. We're going to take a break from that, and I'm going to put this stuff away and then do the flyby recordings real quick. I had an idea for these, for what I'm going to do to fix these stairs. So I've got these stairs going up like this, right? And that makes sense. I think it's fine. And I'm going to do a building up here. So I want it to be like nice stairs going up. So what I just thought of is this slight curvature and this bend here. I like it. So I think what I'm going to do is bring the stairs up to level, and it'll be level here. And then I think what I'm going to do is make another set of like bending stairs that bend back on themselves and come back up this out of stone. I don't know. Maybe, because I feel like if I do that here, that I might need to take out this stair also so that it matches, and I might need to do something with that. But that feels like a lot for over here. I don't know. Let's do flyby camera. You're the only one in your friend group who uses Grosstein. Oh yeah, it's totally worth doing. I mean, it comes down to what you enjoy, right? If the other people in your group are not big on building, if they're more of like, I want to do the exploring and the fighting, you know, more power to them. Everybody can do their own thing. So I think what I want to do is take another recording over here and start a new path for a recording from the wall. This is what I've been working on today, is this section of wall for this kind of like ocean wall. All right, let me turn off the interface. All right, so it runs, I set it to run really slowly for the recording so that while recording I can, or when I'm editing, I can speed it up as much as I want. Whereas when I was trying to slow down a fast recording, there wasn't enough frame rate to slow it down and not have it just look like stuttering when I was trying to go in slow motion. I don't know what you do for mods, but if you're into building, Gizmo lets you flip items on all 3 axes instead of just rotating. So like wall pieces that are normally rectangular on the horizontal, you can rotate in whichever direction you want. So it lets you have a lot more ability to manipulate stuff. The Grosstein, you saw that I've got the Grosstein arches that are it's what you would put on a wall when you have the arched doorway. So I'm using Thunderstore. Thunderstore, if you search for R2 mod, you'll get the R2 mod manager. Install it, tell it Valheim, and it'll find your Valheim for you. And then there's 2 tabs. I can show you on OBS after the recording. There's 2 tabs inside of ModMan when you have your game. Once you select your game that you wanted to use, that you want to edit mods for. So once you pick your game, then you can pick either installed or online. And by default, you're installed, you would have nothing listed. But once you switch to the online section, you can then search and browse all of their stuff for anything and everything you want. If you've never used mods before, the R2 mod manager, super, super easy. You find the mod that you want and you hit install, and it'll ask you, are you sure you want to install this? It'll also include these other dependencies, meaning things that are required for the mod you want to work. So you hit, yes, of course I do want this, and it'll install whatever mod you want plus the dependencies. The most common dependency, I don't know that the other one functions anymore or not, but it's called Bepin, Bepin, Bepin X or something like that. That's basically like the piece of software that tells Valheim how mods are supposed to exist in the game. Like, it just says, you know, hey, Valheim, accept these mods. And then the mods do whatever, but they use Bepin as the communicator. Gizmo lets you rotate on all these axes. So if you look down here at the base of the walkway, it's a arched Grosstein wall piece designed to, you know, work with these arch edge pieces or the arch doors. So I use it on the bottom, and then I flip it over vertically to use it upside down, and it created what I think is these really cool, like, they look like structural rigid pieces that are designed to support a bunch of weight. There's a different one that I'm using that I think is called build restriction tweak, something like that. And it's the build restriction one lets me place the wisp torches in places you wouldn't normally. So like normally torches require that they're on top of a surface. Like they can only be placed vertically with the point that they're connected to being downward. So like you can only place them in the ground or something, you know, from above. You get the build restriction thing and remove the invalid part, and then you can flip them around and place them upside down or place them on walls or whatever. Those are two big ones for letting me do whatever. There's all item frames or all item stand. I can't remember what it's called off the top of my head, but it basically lets you put any item you want in an item frame or an item stand instead of being limited by the game's default, you know, only certain things. So that's been helpful in getting to, you know, like the apothecary, the big bones and some of the other stuff doesn't normally go in an item frame. So it's been good to have that just as an option for some stuff. I got this other one called Weapon Crate. And I'm asking the guy to do upgrades or either make another mod variation of it, a different mod. But it's I'm going to save this. The Weapon Crate mod lets you place weapons in places. What is the walking hotkey? C. Okay. The Weapon Crate mod works like the serving tray, except its job is to deal with weapons and armors. So if I wanted to place my axe, now my axe is just there, and it doesn't have sparklies like I threw it on the ground. It doesn't get looted like I, you know, have a loose piece of loot there. So I can pick and choose, and then having Gizmo lets me rotate it in whatever way, you know, I wanted to have it rotate. So if I wanted it to look like the axe is laying here on its side, I can tweak and manipulate it enough until it does. Let me see. Here's the desktop view. So this is when you launch the R2 mod manager. It looks like this. You find Valheim. And you can favorite the game so that it comes up in your favorites like this. Choose the game, Steam or Xbox. I'm on Steam with it. Profile is just so that, like, if you wanted to have a different set of mods, that, like, say one server requires you to have this group of mods and a different server requires this group, you can make profiles that are for different groups of mods. So I'm just using one. And then I have all of these mods installed, and then I can just hit start modded. But if I wanted to go without mods, I can go in here and pick and choose start vanilla so that it would launch the game with no mods. Super useful. The mod manager makes things so easy to do. Let's see. If you saw the apothecary video, so my basement is a bunch of hidden access points to get in and out of my basement. I'm only playing with a few friends on the server, so it doesn't really matter that it's hidden, but I thought it was fun and nifty. So I made it to where any place in and out of my basement is somewhat hidden. Hard to when the vines grow, it can be hard to get the door. There we go. So vines growing over stuff to help hide stuff, and then using the banners to help hide stuff. Let's see. If I go this way, I can go back out to where the area I was. This leads out what I made to look like a sewer grate, like a drainage. And I made this look like a drainage ditch. Make it look like it's draining out into the ocean, which I thought was pretty nifty to do. If I go around this way, it just leads to more of my other external access points. And then I also made a dragon. I was like, you know what? I need to do something over here. So I made a dragon statue that sometimes looks like a chicken and sometimes looks like a fallen Valkyrie. But dragon-ish. And then if I want to go up right here. Yeah, fire chicken. If I go up right here, it takes me to this, which is the market that I was building yesterday. I put some screenshots of it up on Reddit, but I have not yet gone through and edited video to upload for it. But I basically made it to where there's a bunch of different shops with different things. Soups, farm goods. This guy is the bakery, so he's got the pies and the bread. A little bit of flour back there. This is the jeweler and like fine stones, expensive stuff. I think that what I might do, you know how when you do Hilder's, when you do her tasks, you get a treasure chest from her stuff. I think I'm going to go kill another dungeon and put some of the chests back here just to be like a unique standpoint to do the thing. And then I put out some rugs to make it look like people are picnicking and put food out on all the tables. And then the fishing hut, which I think ended up looking probably the best of all of them. It's got, you know, the fisherman's stuff, his tools and whatnot. And then he's got all of the fish around. The guy selling the different leathers and hides. I think it came together pretty well. I put in this like skywalk to connect the different parts of town while being able to... My idea was like, if someone were, say, on the wall defending the village or defending the city, then they'd want to be able to more quickly get across. I don't know if I'm going to put any other skywalks like straight across or not. we'll see what happens. But I cut into the mountain to do all this. Still have a lot more to do with all of this, but it's coming together pretty well. And then, of course, there's the apothecary. I put up some trees to just kind of like, you know, bring a little more nature to it. I still need to figure out on this side. I think I'm going to raise the dirt and put a tree in here also. And then maybe another one on this corner. But now that I've got the plant everything utility, I might put in... I might put in some of these other things. You know, we've got the birch and stuff. Do they have the partial trees? Not the saplings, but you know how... I was thinking like this, how this is like a... It doesn't grow. Oh, here we go. Is this them? Small dead fir tree. There we go. So the little birches, I was thinking about putting these kinds of things around to help with the making the area feel full without the big trees taking up all the space. Eventually, this walkway that I've got here is going to wrap around this cove. And then I'm going to be starting a whole separate city district in this Black Forest biome area. Oh, and then I built a like blacksmith shop that's like, you know, all kinds of stuff. So it's bows, arrows, shields, anything and everything that a blacksmith might have his hands in. Using the weapon crate mod is how I was able to place a lot of these things without item frames. The sort of plaques here, the dark wood, is ash wood. And all I did was basically take the regular ash wood partial wall or square or post and just rotate it to where stuff isn't showing. This one, on these full ones, I kept it showing because I thought it looked cool. Highlights the shields. Put in a series of, you know, armor stands for the different armor sets. Some tools to make it look alive. Some metal ingots of different kinds to make it look alive. The cogwheel I got from Ashlands. Just as like a, you know, he's working on all sorts of things. These are regular armor stands, but I like got them close enough to the wall that I was able to put wood walling up and make it look like coat racks, you know. But built all this. You can see the chimney there from the kitchen here because I stacked them on top of each other. So another coat rack, and then in here is the kitchen. So a bunch of ingredients on the shelf, a bunch of just recently cooked, still steaming foods, herbs and utensils and all that, what you'd expect. Different stuff for the various cooking purposes. Oh, that needs repaired. I think that was when the trolls attacked. Then there's more, you know, recently cooked stuff ready to go up on the table. Got the butcher's thing out, ready to go. So it's been a lot, but I think it looks really good. And then the kitchen feeds into the dining room. This is like a more quiet section of the dining room. Take me to the river, drop me in the water. And then this would be the more, you know, loud area that's got bigger seating availability to it. I am going to be no longer using tar for the roofs. The next housing area that I'm going to build is going to be over there. and the around the cove, and I'm going to use stone and grostine and use grostine for the roofs. The roofs. Well, my stream will be here if you ever want to come back to any of it. And then I will be posting videos once I figure out the way to edit them right. But I am recording flyby footage like of all of these things as I go along, because my hope is that once this area is complete, I can do like a finalized time lapse of it and have like the camera flying through a certain area and have it like morph into the partially built flyby and then like the final stage flyby, and then do that for all the different areas, which is why I was so glad that I found that cinematic camera that has the pre-programmed tracks. So it lets me run the same recording layout every time, like on repeat. I can do the exact same layout, and so it'll match up really well. And then for the water area, I've got, you saw how it was laid out around here, but I've also got lighting underneath that I've added so that it's just like a little extra touch, so that if you're coming in from a distance, you can see where the dock is and you can see the illumination on the walkway from a distance. Oop, need to go backwards. It's a lot. Thank you. I appreciate that. It's a lot, but it's getting there. But also, like, it's all vanilla, right? Like, I'm not using creative for any of it. So it's, some of the stuff is like, okay, I can't build anything for 3 days because I need to go collect more grostine, or I need to collect more stone. Thankfully, last time I did a big collection, I went excessive and collected many boxes. But it's also good to be able to take breaks when like I'm stuck on something and not able to figure out what I want to do. I think I need to take more grostine and more stone out there. And go this way. A little bit of grostine and stone. I definitely need to finish these stairs. So I definitely like how these ones are curving upward. I am unsure of what to do after that. I mean, I definitely dig how these ones are like this. Let's see. Let's just test it. If I stick with this, that's not bad. Yeah, I mean, that's not bad. I think I want to be able to walk out of this if I need to. A little bit of a struggle to get up, but I think that's okay. At the bottom of this bottle, and I'm the pen. I think this will make sense if I go like this. When the lights go up, I want to watch the way you take the stage by storm. Okay, so this will be a problem. This is not enough head clearance for me to be happy with. So I think what I might want to do is, like I was saying initially, is I might want to make this come out and then down. And I might want to follow this pattern of what I was doing here. But then again, what I was doing here, I guess it's okay if I start a pattern properly from there. It's like, I don't like redoing things, but I also want the things to make sense. I'll be the narrator, telling another tale of the American dream. So I think I want to make sure that I want to make sure that I stick to that layout as much as I can. That'll be fine. That's very close to the same pattern. That sounds so easy. See, that makes sense to me. So if I do this, what I can do is make this walkway like this. That's fine, except for this part, right? I want that slightly different. But I don't know how I want do. You know? Want do, but not how I want do. Okay, so if I were to say, start from here, the 2 gap. So this is one of those things where, like, I can try and plan something out a little bit elsewhere. Because if I'm going to build here, stuff's going to have to float. And that could be a headache trying to make stuff float. You know, trying to build over this floating area. Okay, so right now, if I wanted to make it to where this was that tall, I would have to go up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 block heights. Oh, not that. Right there. So I'd have to go up 5 block heights. So let me theorize this. So if I go like this, the 1. Go like that. 2. 3. 4. 5. Okay, so if I rotate it just like that, that'll go up 5, but I have to go over. I have to have a 3-block gap to hit the ramp. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Let me see what it would look like if I tried to go 3 blocks away. So this is 1, 2, 3. I would have to go here. And then how far over did it go? So problem, if I go that far over, now I'm adding this extra like loop-de-loop here of having to run. It's not quite in line with this, and I was hoping to make it in line. The other option, I guess, here would be for me to rotate more, starting with that lower one. How many did I rotate? 2? 1, 2? Yeah, I did 2. Hey, how's it going, 13? Or is the 1, 3 supposed to be a B and it's Beckett? Would that be B-E-C-I-T? Or is it 13? So what if I did do this? Let me theory this. You know, semi in practice theory. I'm gonna drop some of this so that I can pick up this. One, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. One, 2, buckle my shoe, yeah. I was just trying to count so that I could keep in line with what I was working on. Because I wanted to make it be an even curvature. But that puts me too far out from what I wanted. So what if I did this? What if I did the inverse and went from above? Oh. Ow. What if I started from here and went like this? 1, 2. 1, 2. 2. 1, 2. Okay, that fits better. I still needed a 3-block gap for the spacing to work out on the roundabout part. So I might have to get rid of that section of stairs for it to go up. All right, Rubino, have a good night. Thanks for hanging out, man. I appreciate it. So, trying to think how I can make both things work. Because this is just a turn to go up like that. And it's climbing 5 blocks. Let's see, if I did this one. Actually, I guess it would be this one if I want to keep it in a straight line. How do you guys feel about destruction? And this is part of the beauty of Valheim, right? If you don't like it, do it over. It's probably one of the best parts of Valheim is that there's no item loss when you're like, yeah, I'm going to start over. Let me just rip everything apart and do it again. I might make another small like sewer spout here just so that I do have a nice level way of walking up, but also to explain it, it would be part of this drainage system that's here. As if I have to explain to anybody. Okay, so what I want to do is have these stairs line up better. Yeah, it's pretty big and it's gonna get bigger. It's here, let me actually, I've got a camera mod, so this is what I've built up to this point. And it's all walled in. This is actually the biggest build I have ever done by far in Valheim. Usually it's like one castle the size of like the kitchen I built over here. So this is for sure the biggest thing I've ever done. Okay, so if I want to go 2 blocks and then have stairs, we're going to go like this. Rock and roll, baby, don't you know? I think what I want to do is probably start on the outside. Because I can use this as a support while I work it out. Nothing compares to quiet evening alone. Okay. So if I do this, need stone. Oh, I did it wrong. I meant to put it at the back and I put it at the front. Damn. So there might be a concern that it's going to encroach on the other building. 1, 2. Yeah, this is going to hit the other building if I do it this way. Are we okay with it though? I guess would be the big question. And then, oh, because that's just the outside edge, so I'd have to go 2 blocks over. That won't work at all. Dang. Okay, let me go back over here and do another test and see if I can get it to be a different shape that makes sense, but, you know, doesn't ruin things. Okay, so instead of 2, 1, 2, 3. 2, 3. 1, 2. 1, 2 makes it go back. That one lines back up. So I need 5 though, so I would have to do another vertical there. What if we did this? What if we went with 1, 2, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2. Would that work? I mean, the stone might be a little bit weird for where it's connected. And yeah, doing corners with stone gets complicated, but I think I can make that work. It was 4 turns. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Ow. How's this pronounced? Haratarth? Haratarth? I am building a city. Right now I'm working on a staircase. I'm trying to make the staircase bend in an appropriate amount of distance and time without it encroaching on my stairs. Or, sorry, without it encroaching on my other building here. But I don't think I can get that to do what I want in the space available. Okay, so if I do this, that's fine. That I can make that flow and that'll work. But that one will go up like this. Okay, let me see about making it bend back on itself in a 5-block distance. I need to grab a little more stone. I'm using the flat area to try and test out my theory for the build distance of what I'm working on. Because I don't have to deal with, like, gravity while doing this kind of a test. So if I went like this, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so if I have it bend back on itself, the inside corners would be 2.5 blocks wide. Okay, so if I wanted to have this bend back on itself here, like on this walkway, I would have to start the stairs two and a half blocks over. Start them? Oh god, okay, start them 2.5 blocks over. So I would have to start it here and go 2 blocks wide as it wraps up. I might be able to pull that off. I might have to tweak this corner a bit so that the thing bends a little bit more. But this would be the inside edge. Where did I put my iron? Oh, I've got some iron on my person. Okay, so if I do this, one, two, three, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, I need more iron. Thank you, Andreas. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate all the kind words about my build. I really do, because I'm putting a lot of work into it, so I definitely want it to look nice. So I appreciate it. I appreciate you hanging out. That's already climbing one. Did I miscalculate? No, this is fine. Well, a big portion of the build time that I'm investing here is literally just the willingness to try is a big aspect of it, you know? Like being willing to spend the time doing the stuff and trying things. But trying things is a huge aspect of being able to build this. Okay, I want this. Oh yes, tons of trial and error. I already had a portion of this wall built. I had a separate set of stairs already existing, but I realized that I wanted to be able to put together a different set of stairs from what I had going. One, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So right now, I'm just trying to design these stairs to bend back on themselves to meet up with the path I already put up. There we go. So if I continue this pathing over here in this direction, then I can make these stairs that aren't finished, but I can make them meet up with this. And it looks like it should be... Oh, that's going to be a little close, actually, because it looks like I'm slightly off. I might need to bring that walkway over and then build downward to it. But I at least know, like, the math of what I need to work from. Oh, that looks like it's a match. Is it a match? Oh, look at how close that was. That was so close. So I didn't know for sure that it would line perfectly, but what I did was I measured the number of... So the stairs here, they are 1 meter tall, right? Because this block here is 2 meters by 2 meters, but 1 meter tall. So the stairs are also 1 meter tall. And so I measured the amount of meters that I would need. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stairs would match up. And then once I found out that it was 5 stairs, then it was a matter of just testing over here on the ground using it like a grid paper. So I just, you know, using the same bottom right corner alignment, I aligned it and then would rotate, you know, 2 or 3 rotations and test and see how many rotations it would take for it to bend back on itself, and found that 5 blocks rotating 4 times on each bend would be enough. And there's when you're working with all these like square edges, it can be really complicated to try and make things like double wide. So for example, I want these stairs to eventually, when I finish, you know, getting it all together, eventually the stairs are going to be this wide. And if you just start with wide stairs and try and bend and go up, it gets complicated trying to figure it out. So I started from this pathing, and then I'm going to get some more iron. The part of what I put in was like temporary support structure. So I've got iron here. Let me... Nah, it's fine. I got a workbench up here, actually. And it's nighttime. Let me repair this and then sleep real quick so that we can have daytime to work in. And do the sleep. I hear my asks getting angry. Something's hitting something. Oh. I think they're okay. Okay, so just so that you guys know, I have about 10 minutes and then I've got to go pick up my 5-year-old from school. And then when I come back, I've got to get myself lunch made and then get her something also. See what she wants to eat. I will be coming back, or my intention is to come back. but it'll be like 30 minutes of away time at least while I'm out getting her and getting lunch sorted. So, when I do take off, totally understand if you guys don't want to hang out for all that. But if you're wanting to come back and see more, like 30 minutes and I'll be back around once I leave to go get her. Ooh, too far away from the forge. So now I'm fixing this so that I can get rid of this one. So these metal poles on this edge, I don't want them visible. So I'm going to use the center post in between the two stairs as the actual support that they're going to connect to. Oh, actually, I forgot. I meant to go down. If I go downward, I can line it up more precisely. Let me do that. I need stone. Something so high. The ordinary. Don't you laying me down. Dead and buried. On the interior. Okay, so that's a straight line. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Nope, not 3. 4. Right. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4, and 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So let me get rid of these other ones. Lately I've been doing better than the last 4 cold Decembers I recall. Okay. Now I should be able to... So basically I lined it up to where I'm now using the top left corner as my guide. So I might need to put in some temporary stone supports while I do this. I guess I could do it. Okay, so this is kind of annoying, but I can do it this way. So if I go like this, and I go like this, that should be the right shape. Oh no, that's not underneath, that's on top. Yeah, I think I'm going to put in some temporary supports with stone while I sort this out, since I'm trying to go from above. I don't have the support underneath. Beautiful things that I've got, please. Hey, Wershi. It's a lot. It's a lot. Right now, I'm trying to sort out these stairs while also dealing with gravity. There we go. Find my mind. Feeling clean. Trying to get everything lined up when... So I started originally with building a big grid square from my basement, and I've, for the most part, have followed along with that grid square pretty consistently, making sure everything stays in line. But sometimes when you have to put bends in walkways like this, you bend the walkway. I had these lined up, going from below to match up here, and it was like this close to being lined up. It was like that close when I built up to it. So because it's got bends in the wall over there, it almost lined up with what I needed. So now here I am doing this, trying to, you know, ensure that things don't collapse while I'm... Yeah, so I've got... the problem is that I'm doing the staircase downward. Like I'm to line it up properly, I'm building in a downward direction. And the stone needs support from all of the metal posts, but I'm also trying to get the metal posts underneath the center of the walkway so that I can do a double wide walkway. And in order for me to get it under the center, it doesn't line up exactly perfect. So like, here, I'll show you. So if I did this, right? If I tried to turn this just from the slope, it doesn't line up anymore. So what I have to actually do is go here to this and line it up with this piece. Oh, don't have my stuff. Here, so I line it up with this one like this, right? And then, boop. Once those two pieces are in, I can take this one and run it back. But you see how it's like, it's not, you know, clipping in edge to edge. So it's running, they're running through one another, but they're not clipping edge to edge perfectly. So that's the issue that I was running into, is trying to get the stuff lined up on center on the lower beams while going from above. It's been an interesting one to put together so far. But I think when it's done, it'll be well worth it. So that should support it now. This should be supported now. And I should be able to take out this metal pole. Huzzah! Huzzah! Now we've got that mess to fix. So from here... Oh! I've got a weird tilt in my gizmo. So, if I do it like this, now all the stairs are aligned. Huzzah! Okay, so now my question is going to be, when this stairs up right here, should this be natural hill? Should I make it to where that this has got like dirt here and grass? You swap to a warrior build? I was doing sword and board for Ashlands, and my only issue was when I had like 5 monsters attacking me at a time. That got complicated pretty quickly. But when I was just doing, say, a few, just a few monsters at a time, it was much more manageable and much less chaotic. Once I switched to doing magic, oh my goodness, the ease at which everything dies was insane. Like, insane at how much easier things died. Okay, so I'm gonna have a dilemma with a part of this. I think this staircase is going to look way good. I'm going to have to figure out something to make that staircase look nice. Maybe I don't know. We'll see. But I also have to consider doing something here to go up also from over here. Maybe I'll get rid of this wooden staircase here and put in a stone one that does the same kind of, similar kind of bend, but leave space for that wooden walkway to come off of it. I might be able to work that out. I will probably have to put in a little bit more metal supports here to help with the structure here, because it is a lot trying to put that stone in. Going up, 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 it's a moment. You were scared to farm the flaw metal pillars in the maid. So, 100%. The biggest annoyance I found with the mage build trying to get flaw metal is I have no stamina. Right? Like I'm running E-tier food. My stamina is almost non-existent while running that food. So it's really rough, I think, trying to be a mage and break stuff. I wish that they gave a way for you to have the E-tier food and the mage gear on, but still be capable of swinging a pickaxe with any real meaning behind it, you know? Okay, so the stairs are done. This is done for stairs. I might want to tweak the underneath a little bit, but I might be okay with it, like, just like using the slopes to build it outward like that. I'm gonna have to figure out a little something different for this, because I would like for it to be, I'll have to just do the straight path to it. It's almost a straight path. Maybe I'll just make the walkway a little bit bigger. I can get rid of those though. I don't know. We'll figure something out for that. Maybe I'll put in more wall here so that it's like proper irrigation rather than dirt irrigation on the side. All right, I'm gonna disconnect for the safety of my character so that I don't get raided while I'm AFK. I'm gonna be away for a little bit. I gotta go get my kid from school, and then I'm gonna put together our lunches. So I should be back in about 30 minutes. And like I was saying before, totally understand if anybody takes off and doesn't want to hang out. Totally understand. But I should be back in about 30 minutes. And then I'm going to keep working on that staircase. And then I've got a couple hours of time. Assuming my daughter doesn't need my time. But we'll see. She's 5, so you never know. So yeah, I'm going to go AFK and I'll be back in about 30 or so minutes. Hopefully see you guys then. Wow. Well, I mean, I'm glad you guys didn't see the message from that Kick user because that was cute. What page am I coloring? That one? Which one? That one? I can't. How am I supposed to color that page all the way over there? Okay, honey, okay. Oi. Okay, I grabbed my lunch. Made like a, I don't know what you call it, a tri-tip, like a Japanese tri-tip bowl. The rice tri-tip, some sweet pickled red onion and green onion, and then a sweet and spicy Japanese barbecue sauce. But my 5-year-old is expecting me to do a coloring challenge with her. Okay. That's Rapunzel. Hair short there, so her hair is brown now. Dark brown. That is brown. That's a reddish brown. I think it's actually, it's labeled as mauve, M-A-U-V-E, mauve. Hi, Tuma. So I'm expected to color this with the 5-year-old. This looks purple. That's like a different purple. What are these pencils, man? That's purple. That's called deep plum. This looks brown to me, but it's labeled as deep plum. Why do all the brown ones look like purple? This one says espresso. That is so dark. It was a very dark brown. I think that this might be the brownest we can find. That says mauve, and then... Nope. This one says brown. If this brown one is not brown... After I've already messed up her hair. What color was Rapunzel's dress after she cut her hair? Purple? Like light purple? Google knows. Yeah, like purplish pink. I think that's the same dress, actually. Okay, so I do this one color challenge with you, and then I can go back to building my thing, and you do the rest of the coloring? He said yes. I have an app for this. Let me try it. I want to try some. Because I bought stuff to do this kind of thing with. So I'm kind of interested. Trying it. What did you ask for? Brown? What do you mean? Like where'd it go? I threw it back in the bucket. That's a brown. What? Give me a... It's to hold my phone to use the phone as a camera. Droid cam. Add stores. Droid cam.
Oh, making it new black.
Oh, we don't. I'm monitoring that. Okay. We don't need the sound from the phone. Also, sorry. Can I swap cameras? No, that's autofocus. Back. Yeah. Okay, why is this not tightening? Right. Wow. And just there. What sugar? I know. Her dress is pink and purple, right? How about I do it all pink and then I put some purples in afterward? There you can see what we're coloring. You have all the color. Well, you just gotta look for the color you want. That one says brown. That one says espresso. That's the really dark brown one. Yeah. Look, if it's not working, you can go put it in the pencil sharpener. Hold it steady and then push the pencil in. Push it harder. You hear it? That's good. Yeah. Did it make it sharp? You gotta go a little bit more then, if it's not sharp yet. I don't know how to do it. So far away. I'm not really sure what her dress is supposed to look like, so yeah. Lynn is dark brown pants. Brown. No, I don't want to look it up. That I didn't mean for it to be purple. I thought this was dark gray, like black almost. Again, was that color? He's sick. Boots. This is his boots. Boots are tall. I have to move me. Up. Saying that. Because I want to be in building my Valheim. Feel close to him. So many pencil colors. I think his hair's black. Black. Pretty sure it's black. Pretty sure Flint Hitter's hair is black. Might be right, but it says you're not. So I don't know. Ah! Dropped a pen. And I think there was a... Oh. Oh. You haven't watched this movie? You missed? What? My delicious lunch. You want to eat some? It's spicy. No? Okay. Dark brown. What? Oh, he's got a crown in his hand? How about I eat from yours? What color is the crown supposed to be? I'm going to assume that it's going to be gold. Just said, I'm going to assume it's not gold after I assume it's gold. I don't think so. or assume means, but that's okay.
We have to go.
Is that the one you want? On Belle? I think her whole dress is gold. Beauty and the Beast?
Yeah, I think
Oh yeah, you watched a lot of Rapunzel. And guess what? My friend here, Tuma, says that you're right, that Lynn's hair is brown. And that I was wrong with thinking black. I mean, how dare, shots fired, but you know, whatever. Get your page. I assume it is. I hit print, and then I walked away to go read them. Their bedtime book. Not on top of the print. Pickled onion and try not to fall. Please be careful not to fall. You can go back to coloring now. For what? For skin? I think I did this one. No. This one says apricot. Well, yeah, you aren't supposed to have the chair over there. Or you could do this one. This one's an okay for skin color. Why does that seem slightly different? Oh. That's why. This one, I did slightly inward and then to there. This one, which is I mean, it ain't perfect, but it works. Well, can you fix it? Okay, well then it's gonna stay unfinished. You're gonna win. Oh man. Which one? Oh, that hand? What if that belt? Well, I don't know either. Yep. So picky. Yeah, grab a little more wood. Sit.
Oh.
What? Okie? Oh, okay, what? You were saying okay to me getting cordwood? You know, I didn't need your approval to get cordwood. Did you know that? Okay. I think that worked. Okay, that looks like it should be there. Can you let go? Stop. Stop. I don't want you breaking stuff. Stop. And if you're not going to be cooperative, you won't get to be at my desk. Right? Right. Earth to Ollie. Earth to Ollie, right? No? Nothing? Okay. Have a bunch of kids, they said. It'll be fun, they said. What? He's the beast, so maybe it's brown. No. Just no. The way that he's wearing his jacket doesn't really have any relation what his... Well, I don't think it would. For his color. What are you doing? Yeah, get your face out of there. Because you're not doing what you're supposed to. You're supposed to be coloring. You don't need to know what color his shirt is in order to color it. You pick the color. Or the artist here. Yeah, figure it out, dude. No, you see this thing where you get to pick what the color is? Right? So pick the color on your own. You can pick whatever color you want. Honey. Honey. Just assume that it's brown. Okay, then assume that it's green. Okay, then assume that it's turquoise. Maybe it's purple. He's royalty. Royal colors use purple. Maybe it's purple. Or blue, because you said so. You know that it's blue? Come on. How do I get this? Oh, too high. You really like just using the pencil sharpener, huh? You know what? Actually, I busy. Can't say hi to him because I think he's busy. Being busy. I don't know, honey. That's why I said he's busy. You're absolutely a better colorer than I am. I'm curious how you got so good at coloring. Take some classes. No. You're giving him a gray jacket. A good color. Nice. Do I have to look at him? But he's royalty. Thought you're not allowed to look at royal. Like it. Oh, it's just a picture? So I can look at him all I want? Oh. Well, in that case, like that. Is that right? No, I'm not supposed to make noises at him? Why? He's just a picture. He can't hurt me. He's not going to come find me and eat me, right? Because he's a beast. Is he still a beast? Is he going to eat me? Not helping. Wanna? Whoa. Are you going to color the picture of him being a beast man? Okay, put it back down and finish coloring. I don't know, honey. I was just being joking because royalty is silly. Why would you tell us? He doesn't care about royalty. Why would he care about royalty? He's not royal. Be careful with breaking the sucker with your teeth, okay? I think she gave up. Oh. Hold on 1 second. She's not allowed to watch YouTube and she's trying. Ooh, I have returned. I've got this heat pack for my back and my sciatic nerve to try and see if that'll help. Last time it didn't really help, it just kind of made me sweaty. So we'll see. Okay. Pop these. Let's do... Ba 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 ba. Get out. I want different meat. Okay, much better. Was running up down the street. Good day. Oh my, oh my, I take when the taken ordinary. Don't you laying me down, dead and buried, on the edge of the day and drunk on your back. The angels up in the clouds, jealous snoring, we found something so out, the ordinary. Now you got me kissing the ground in the sanctuary. Bound me with your touch, Lord, return me to dust. The angels up in the clouds, they're jealous knowing we found hopeless, hallelujah. Oh, all my life I'll do. Breathing takes my breath away. Pick up the altar, I will pray. Oh my, you're taking me down, dead and buried. Yeah, we're gonna make this a slope, a more natural slope. Sanctuary, battered me with your touch. Lord, return me to dust. The angels up in the clouds, jealous knowing we found heavenly mercy to me. Oh my. What's up? Something to what? Eat? Like what? There's no burritos. Oh. What? There are no burritos. Honey. Are you saying Dorito chips? Okay, you were saying it with a B sound, which makes it sound like burrito, which is a food that gets rolled up, you know? And it's usually like meat and cheese inside. You want some Dorito chips. Okay, I can do that in just a second. Okay? You have to wait for me, okay? Close the door. Cutie patootie. I've been doing better than the last 4 cold December I recall. I wish I could do a waterfall. I found a girl in love. Come stay the night and I think I might have it all. And I thank God every day for the girl he sent my way. I'll make it a little bit more shallow here so I can walk out and under. Oh, but please, okay. Okay. Oh. Everything's good, then it's great. Why do I sit and wait till it's done? I know. I know. Okay, so I need to actually move this. It needs to be here. Go. You can. I think that's good. You can. I think that's a good walkway. But I feel like I should fix this to be matching that. I don't know. Yes? No? Maybe? I'm not sure. I'm not going to tear it down yet because I'm just not sure. I think we're doing the way back. More wood. Need more wood. You can have. When that. Hammer. Carry. I don't know if any of you are book talk people or into romantasy books. Every time she sings that line, but I'm Carrion, it reminds me of Carrion, the character from Quicksilver, and it makes me miss that character. Even though the first book he was like wildly underutilized, how great of a character. Ooh. What, man, sometimes trying to aim these so bright with all those things, even without the mods, it can be so bright that it's hard to see where you're trying to plop structural piece. Oh, oh. Didn't see that. Rolling through the party like my name is El Nino. Back of El Camino. For one. Oh. Ash. Give me a second to finish these stairs, and I will come in there to get you chippity chips. I need to change the button. X is a sit down button. What does Z do? Does Z do anything? Hey Void, totally fine, understandable. Life be busy. I actually was expecting to see you online recently, and I haven't since I've been home for vacation. So I assumed you were just busy. Probably multiple days long. So we went to Aftershock, and they essentially had Thursday was their kind of like millennial emo kind of rock day, and so they had a ton of bands that you would recognize as like this kind of stuff, right? I don't remember who we were watching at the time, It might have been Good Charlotte that was out on stage at the time. And then he goes, okay, so I brought someone, they've been out of this for a while, but he wanted to come out with me. So, we're in his town. This is where he's, working regular life. And they bring out the lead singer from Sum 41 and they do Fat Lip and, some other song together. And then he goes off stage and that was it. And it's like, that was funny. That was interesting. And that's one of those that's why a lot of people go to music events, or the opportunity to maybe get one of those kinds of, unique events. Like when Billie Eilish is at a Paramore concert and gets up on stage and sings with Haley, like that kind of stuff. Those are those unique type situations. Let me go grab some Doritos for the little 5-year-old real quick before she comes in here and asks me again for more Doritos. Oh. Well, if you're streaming on Fridays and Saturdays, I will make sure that... Oh, sheesh. I am getting hunted by wolves. I usually log off. I usually log off if I have to get up, just so that I don't have the issue of potentially getting a raid against me while I'm AFK. But with a base this big, I never quite know where the raids are going to come from. I guess the only thing I really care about right now is making sure that they don't destroy anything. So, for live music, I am the epitome of mixed feelings, or indecisiveness. So I enjoy the live music, but I don't know that I've ever enjoyed it enough to be I'm glad that I do it when I do it, but I don't ever enjoy it enough to be like, oh man, I can't wait to do this again. Usually, because of my physical issues from time and service, usually I'm in a position of, oh man, I'm so glad this is over. My body hurts so much. I want to go lay down forever. So I have very mixed feelings about going to concerts. And Aftershock was like a 12-hour day. Get ourselves together, drive a little over an hour to get there, 30 minutes or so to deal with parking. Then it was about 45 minutes in line waiting to get in because we were slightly early from what the gates opening time was, but then also the gates were late to open. So it ended up being like 11 or 12 hours, mostly on our feet at Aftershock, going from stage. The way that they set it up was like, so if it was like stage here, and then another stage like way back here somewhere. These two stages were the only ones playing stuff that we cared about, but we had to walk probably, I'd say 150 to 200 yards to kind of go around from one stage to the other. And we went back and forth between the two stages the whole day. And then we had to walk another good distance to get to the food area. So it was a lot of walking to, do the whole thing. It was a lot. Through the night, run through the night. Whoa. Oh, I missed. I'm glad I did it. I wish that I had a way to withstand it better so that one of those things where it's really hard to not feel like a burden, because I was like struggling with the pain an hour into the concert. Like, I would have been, if it would have gotten rained out and we had to go home, I'd have been perfectly pleased with going home that early, like an hour into it, because I was just, struggle bussing. But it sucks because, like, I want to be able to do those things. I just want to not hurt in order to do those things. Yeah. I mean, it is what it is. So, it's not like going to a concert is a, painstaking thing. It's not like having to go to work where you don't have a choice but to do the thing because of, income. It is a luxury. I just, struggle with certain aspects of that part of life. I'd be perfectly happy with me never going to a concert again, but I want to do the things that my wife wants to do. So, I don't want to also be like a letdown while also doing it. And it's not like she's ever going to tell me that I'm being a letdown or anything. But, it's obvious sometimes when there's a disappointment from not getting to do something. We ended up leaving a little early from Aftershock, which oddly enough wasn't due to my feet. Like, I started feeling really, I think it might have been dehydration type symptoms, but I started feeling really uneasy and kind of queasy. But it subsided by the time we were done with Good Charlotte. But like, I think she saw me like making struggle type faces, and so she was like, okay, yeah, we can leave. But afterwards she was like, yeah, I really wish we would have stayed and saw Blink 182 was like the headline show for the thing, and she wanted to see them, but at that point there was nothing we could do about it. We left a little early, although we did hear afterwards that we didn't really miss anything. Wasn't anything special. They didn't, do anything big. I'm trying right now. She suggested her heat pack. She's a cold person. she is always cold all the time. So we have heat packs, electric heat packs for her to use to try and help warm her up when she gets particularly cold. She uses them too much, for sure, because she definitely is one of the people that like is running the risk of getting that like heat rash from using them kind of thing, because she loves using her heat pack so much. So like I'm constantly trying to remind her like 20 minutes on, 20 minutes off at most. Like you're not supposed to run this thing all night. But she gets cold, so she uses it as a heat source. I'm trying right now, but I don't know that it's helping with the sciatic nerve enough to be worth making my ass sweat. I think I'm gonna raise this a little. I think that looks good. Let's do grass. Oh, not cultivator. Why is it can't be cultivate? Oh, I'm in part of the mistlands that grass can't grow on. Yeah, damn. Yeah, it's been interesting to it. It's such a long story. The the best TLDR that I can come up with is that my feet got hurt when I was in the military, and with that, it led to a lot of other stuff messed up. And I believe because of alignment type issues with how I've been walking for the past 15 years, I believe that that led to worsening some stuff. But I also just recently found out that I have an impingement in my left side of my hip. And I had no idea. I never really had any symptoms of it back when I was younger. And come to find out, like when I did some research on what a hip impingement looks like and what it means, come to find out, like, this has been something I've had my entire life and just didn't know it. When I was in high school, I was on the swim team. And with that, we had to do every type of swimming stroke. You know, so breaststroke, butterfly, freestyle, backstroke, all of them. And I could not do the breaststroke. My body was just like, no, this isn't happening. You're not doing that. And so my issue was that I couldn't do the frog leg portion of the breaststroke. And I couldn't do it for the life of me. So instead of, like this, I would basically rotate my hips and then just do a regular front kick when I rotate like my hips and my torso. And that, of course, kept me slower than everybody else. It was not my style of swimming at all. I did really well at freestyle and backstroke. So come to find out, that is a like classic sign of a hip impingement. And, I found this out just recently. The doctor told me all about all of this. And when I was like equating it to this high school situation, he's like, oh yeah, that's for sure. That's a sure sign of it. And so now, after trying to treat my feet, they gave me some insoles that were custom made orthotics. And when they did this, shortly after, I ended up having some issues where my thighs were just like in a ton of pain. And as far as I could tell, for like no real reason other than I just got these, new insoles for shoes. And then best guess is that the insoles are trying to help something that has been going wrong for a long time. And so in an effort for them to try and help something, they were creating pain elsewhere by causing my body to operate different. My walking style was different from what a normal style would have been. So it caused like alignment problems, and so now I just got an injection in my hip 2 weeks ago, and it's been relatively fine until this last week has been pretty rough. And so I think that the hip injection, I think that it freed up my pain receptors from the pains I was having to be able to start experiencing these other pains that I couldn't perceive before because I was just in pain elsewhere. 1 second, there's somebody at the door. I'll be right back. Okay. I'm back. Apologies. The neighbor needed me to move my vehicle so that he could get access to his side yard fence. Piriformis syndrome. I am not familiar with that one. Back in high school, when a recruiter came, asked for 10 boys to do 50 push-ups, I was one. Noticed my spine would warp a bit. Ah, I see. You're relearning how to walk, Void. You're relearning how to walk. So, I have never been offered any gait training or anything like that, but I don't know. So they've made a bunch of attempts and tried a bunch of things. It all started with plantar fasciitis in 2009. And then the plantar fasciitis developed into equinus, which is like it's a type of issue with the mobility in the ankle joint. It's when I learned back then that I had plantar fasciitis, but also I had pes cavus deformity. So I have extremely high arches. Apparently my arches are so high that the type of, or the amount of severity I have in the height of my arches causes them to be nicknamed as ballet feet or ballerina's feet. So best guesses the doctors can make is that the combination of my high arches and the rigid, not very supportive boots in the military, the combination of the two things caused my arches to sort of collapse and no longer be able to properly hold stuff, which ended up putting a lot of strain and stress on my feet and everything associated with my feet. And then that developed into ankle strain issues, which I think that the ankles were an extreme pain situation, partially because they had me on opioids at the time. And I think what ended up happening is that I developed, I can't remember what it's called, but there's a condition where when you're on opioids for a while, your body can condition you to start inventing pain to try and get more opioids. And it's almost like addiction, but it's not about the withdrawal symptoms. It's about the physical pain, even while still actively on the drug. So but I don't remember what it's called, but there is a specific term for it. So I think I had that going for a while when they had me on opioids, and it was messing with my perception of how much pain I was in. Yeah, so after all of that, after opioids was done and they took me off of pain meds, they tried a surgery to do a partial release of the plantar fascia in an effort to try and fix things. But when they did the surgery, it was also like lined up with when they were taking me off of opioids. So I don't know if the surgery made the pain change or if not being on opioids anymore caused the pain to change. You know, like I don't know which one happened first because they happened at the same time. So it's hard to say for sure which one did the job. I got plant everything, and now I'm like really interested in what I can do with this vine work. but these vines won't grow. They take the placement you give them and then stay. So yeah, anyway, the plantar fasciitis led to ankle issues, which I didn't know until just recently, but I, was born with this deformed hip impingement thing, but I never had any issues until recently. I stopped going to the VA doctors in 2017 because I was just so fucking tired. Like the constant long distance driving to get to the VA hospitals, to not see any change in my condition in 10 years, at the time. Like it was a lot to have to just try and keep up with that shit. And so I was like, fuck this, I'm done. I stopped going to the doctors. They didn't have any other ideas for how to help me anyways, so it was moot to even try, continuing. And in 2023, my wife said that she wanted to plan a trip to go to Germany to see her brother who is stationed there in the Air Force. And I said, okay, but I need to then spend the next, 8 months trying to do something pain wise, because I can't spend 15 grand for our family to go to Germany for 2 weeks and me be in pain and uncomfortable the entire time. So after talking with my wife about it, she understood. I started going back to the VA doctors in like 2023-ish, and went back to podiatry and like restarted the process of like, hey doctors, what can we do? What are your thoughts? They, basically started me from square one of let's try everything again. And so we ran through medications and a bunch of different non-opioid medications that are like nerve based. They had me get my nerves tested to make sure that I didn't have some kind of like a nerve condition like neuropathy, which is essentially where your nerves are sending pain signals even though they ought not to be. Like there's not a physical pain occurring, but the pain signal still happens. Tested negative for neuropathy. I got to see a really great neuromuscular specialist. She was awesome just because she was so willing to try and check and do a bunch of different stuff that, not that she was like, she was totally qualified for what she was doing, but part of what she was doing was trying to exhaust every possible option, even though based on, she's like, honestly, I don't think you have any of these things, but I'm willing to try because why not? You're here. We can test it. I can, I'm here to see you, take care of you. So she was like, let's just try everything. And so we did. And I don't have any muscular disorders. I don't have any muscular diseases. I don't have any neurological conditions, which is good. They did genetic testing to see if I might have had a genetic disorder like Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. Is like it's almost like Dr. Glass in Split. Not that you're more breakable per se, but your joints are a little bit less well constructed if you have Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. So I didn't really think that I had that one, but it was a thing to check. But Yeah, nothing ended up coming from any of it. I don't have any of the conditions that they were seeking to, identify in me. Right now, the most recent thing is that the foot doctor sent me to a shoe guy who does his whole thing is, shoes and insoles. That's his whole gig. So sent me to this guy, and he made me shoes and insoles, and he said basically there's one of two ways. Yeah, it's just making ow. That heating pad's uncomfortable. He said that there's basically just one of two things you can do when you're getting new shoes like this. You can either put the shoes on, know that you're going to be in some discomfort if you wear them 24/7, and just push through. And within a few days of wearing them all the time, you should start to see improvements. The other option is to take it more slow, where you are less likely to have, extra pain from getting used to it. And he said, so if you want to do it that way, the key there is to wear them for, say, an hour or two per day until they get uncomfortable, the new shoes and insoles, and then take them off. And then don't wear them the rest of the day. Then next day, same thing. Try and go the same amount of time. Try and go a little bit longer. But slowly, over the course of a couple weeks, 2-3 weeks, build up a tolerance to your new shoes and insoles. And then once you can wear them all day, you should feel great. And I was like, well, I mean, if there's nothing against me going all day, every day, I'd rather go that route. Like, why take it slow? I'd rather, find out right away. He said to take a few days before you feel better wearing the shoes, because they're going to hurt at first. Getting your body's going to get used to them. It's going to hurt a bit first. Take a few days. Well, after a week, I'm like, hey, you guys said this would be a few days, and like, my feet are sore, but my big thing is that my thighs hurt so much. I feel like every day was leg day, and I am just dead in the thighs. Like, they felt sensitive to the touch, as if they were just a giant bruise, but there was never any visual bruising or swelling. Like, there was nothing ever visually noticeable with them. So it's like, okay, so they tried a bunch of different things over the course of a year-ish. She ran out of ideas. She handed me off to her colleague. That guy tried a couple things, and then he didn't have any more ideas, and then he ended up leaving the company. So I got handed off to another different colleague, which is the owner of the facility. And then he tried a pair of shoes, still thigh pain all day, every day, for no apparent reason other than I'm wearing these shoes and insoles. And he's like, yeah, it shouldn't be like this, so you probably have something else going on. And he said, there's nothing more I can do. You probably have a different condition happening at the same time, so you're going to need to, see a specialist about this, because there's nothing else I can do. So then I got sent to ortho, found out about the hip impingement. That doctor set me up with a injection in my hip that was about 2 weeks ago. That thigh pain started to go away like a week after the injection. But I still have issues, and I started gaining more pain in my hip that I didn't really have too much of before. Like, my hips were never much of an issue until, now they're becoming more of an issue. So it's like, fix one thing to cause another. I don't know. It's a lot. A lot, a lot. But oddly enough, in all of that, no one has ever suggested any kind of gate training or anything. But I do think that a part of them not offering a gate training is that, well, I mean, even if they did offer a gate training, I should say, if they did offer a gate training, I think that it would be fruitless because I think that I have structural problems on a skeletal level that are not going to go away. And even if they gave me gate training, I don't think that that in and of itself is going to be able to remedy things. I said it was a lot. I did say it was a lot. Sorry, my wife sent me something. Is my son the mascot? Is it? How's your name pronounced? Harry Haratarth? Haratarth? Words are hard. My kid, I just found out my kid is now, he's I guess the new mascot for the school. So the stairs are complete. I say complete like that because I still want to do something different here. I don't know what I want to do here yet, but I want to do something here, I think. But I think I want to wait to do those stairs until after I've sorted out a plan on the building. So my intention is to build like a garrison type building on top of the hill over here. I haven't decided a shape yet. I don't think it's going to be circular, but it might be something close to circular, maybe like a hexagon or pentagon or something. But I'm going to make a large building on top here. But the thing I'm unsure of is like how I want to manage the stairs. So like I have this left open because I thought I might want to do a set of stairs there. But I think what I might really want to do is make sure that I get something fancy coming from here and have, you know, a more fancy entrance up here. So I was working, Void, before you got here. I originally had a very basic, like, turn a corner stairs, right? Like just here, and it went down, and then it turned and went down, and it was just like just a right angle. And so I was trying to sort out how to do stairs coming up from the ocean. And I was actually like here originally trying to figure out how to get stairs up and make it look right. And eventually I moved over to this and made them curved. But then I had this other set of stairs that were literally over here, just up like this and then up at an angle like that. So I rebuilt all of this whole area and then built curved stairs. The tricky part was figuring out this platform already existed and this ground already existed. So the tricky part was me figuring out the spacing and the math for how many stairs high I needed to go and how much curvature I had to give it. Which is what Haratarth was asking about, because they were here before I went on lunch and grabbed my kiddo from school. So, but I'm thinking I really like how this turned out. Using plant everything is kind of phenomenal because it's letting me have so much more control over everything I'm doing over here. A lot more beautification can go into what I'm doing. And then I can do more archways. Yeah, so I tore down all the stairs that were there. I'll show you what I actually did to help me figure out. There's a really... Stairs... I would say stairs can be difficult, but also stone. Working with stone can be really difficult. Part of the problem with trying to figure out stone stairs is needing to support it. And sometimes while you're trying to support the thing, while build with the thing, it is really problematic. So what I did is I figured out, you know, you can look at it and you can tell that stairs are 1 meter tall, right? So I counted. I went went like this. Went 1, 2, 3, 4, and then that top one where the actual walkway is 5. So I knew I needed to go 5 meters tall, which is, you know, 5 pieces of stairs. And I knew that I was trying to do a corner at first, just a 90-degree corner, but it was going to run into this building here and it was not going to work right. So then I went back to like the idea board, but I used this grid square over here to help me do the math on it. So knowing that I needed to go 5 pieces of stair, I basically went like this. So here's 1 piece of stair, and I want to turn 180 degrees by the time I do the last one. So I just kind of guessed. I went 1, 2, 3, 4, and I did 4 rotations in between each piece of stair, and then was like, boom. That is almost like, you know, perfect, right? And it ends up being 2.5 blocks interior distance from one another. So when I went to do it, I started down below and I started here and I went 2.5 blocks. And when I went and worked back around, I ended up being about, like, I was on the right level, but if you look at the left and right here, I was this much off. Like, I was this much off, 1/10 of a block or something off of being perfectly aligned. So then I had to start from up here and build it downward, which took putting in some temporary stone pieces and some other stuff to hold it, you know, while I worked on it. But I got it in the end. Took some iron and it's there now, and I think it makes sense. And then now we can do more of these archways. I got about 30-ish minutes. Yeah. I definitely don't like it when things are slightly off. So it either needs to be slightly off or it needs to be way off. But because it was slightly off up there, that's why I ended up rebuilding it going from the top so that I could line it up. Because at the bottom, it didn't need to be as crucial because the stairs, it didn't matter where they ended up on the ground, like compared to, you know, where they were sitting on the stone, because I can make the ground work well enough. But if that bridge didn't line up, it was not good. Well, I've got about 30 minutes left, and then I've got to go get the other kiddo from school, and then probably deal with life after that. You know, have to deal with snack time for the children's, and no one should have homework because it's Friday. I'm not sure what I'm gonna do for dinner. I might make some grilled chicken paninis. My wife loves a good panini, and I make garlic bread, or not garlic bread. I make garlic fries. There's a Idahoan brand fries that are. Oh, I fell down. That scared me. They are listed as like extra crispy, and they are perfect for doing garlic fries with. You make the fries like normal, and then you get some oil hot in a pan, and then throw in some garlic and toss that around a bit so that the oil gets all of the garlic flavoring in it real well. And then once the oil is all garlicky, you can toss in the fries and toss the whole thing together for a little bit. Pull them out and throw a little extra salt and seasonings on them. A little more garlic and some parsley. I'm sorry that I just hit you with all of that. I'm doing the calorie counting. In November of 2023, I realized that I was too heavy when I saw myself in the mirror. I had known for a while that I had gained weight. I weighed myself, and I was like, what the fuck? I was 293 pounds, and I'm 6'2". And I was like, what the fuck? So, I told my wife, and I'm like, so I'm going to try calorie counting. And she's like, okay. I didn't want it to feel weird when I pulled out a food scale and started weighing my portions and all of that. I didn't want it to be like awkward explanation there in the kitchen while I'm doing it. So I told her about it, and she's like, whatever you want to do. Of course, you know, she did recognize that I had gained weight because she was concerned for the health factors of it, but she was very polite about it. Over the course of 8 months, I lost about 70 pounds with just calorie counting. I did not, because of my physical issues, I did not add any exercise to my daily routine, my life. I exercise just as little now as I did before I started losing weight. But calorie counting has been amazing for the weight loss. Yeah, I dropped 70 pounds. I went so far as to actually make it 78 pounds lighter than I was. And then I had recently, this last October, Halloween. From Halloween until a month ago, I was just kind of eating. I was like, you know what? I don't I don't want to count right now. We went to Hawaii for our family vacation. I was just like, I don't want to count while I'm on vacation. I don't want to try and do that. It was going to be hard to do. Let me see what this is. Hello? This is not Anthony, and it's not a business. Yeah, I've gotten a lot of calls. Is it the balloon place? Yeah, that's not me. Sorry. All right, good luck. There's some balloon place that I keep getting calls for. So I've been now for the last like 6 or 8 months or so. I've just been kind of stuck between 230 and 240, and I haven't been counting up until recently. I started counting again. So the amazingness of dishes is a combination of things, but calories can be tricky. So like what I have right now is tri-tip that I cooked myself, so I know what went into it, and it was literally just a spritz of oil, not even an ounce of oil on the entire thing. It was just a spritz of oil so it didn't stick to the grill, and salt and pepper. So I can take a pretty generic valuation for the number of calories on the tri-tip once, when it's cooked. So there's not really anything added there compared to, say, if you did a store-bought marinade that is already on the tri-tip. It could have any amount of oil in it and you wouldn't necessarily know. So it could be misleading at times. Rice, it's about a half a cup of rice, which is around like 100 calories. There's an added trick to rice and pasta that has to do with... It's really complex, and I don't understand all the science, but essentially, rice and pasta have starch in them. And this thing happens if you cook a starch product, it activates all the starch, but when you then freeze or cool that cooked product, if you cool it or freeze it, it will cause some of the starches to become like complex starch, and your body can't break down complex starch. So when a portion of the starch from the meal becomes complex starch, all of a sudden some calories just disappear from it. And it's true, it's not accurate enough to count, but it's something that you can do to help yourself have like a little extra buffer. Because I can eat my exact amount of calories and I'm still technically under, so I can just like feel better about it. But I make... Say I got a rice cooker, I might make like, say 4 cups of rice in one sitting on the rice cooker, and then end up freezing a bunch of it in half cup amounts. Yeah. So with the complex starch thing, it's not exact. But you can essentially take about 25-30% of the calories out of what you're eating if you wanted to. But I don't think anybody should ever count on that, just because it's not an easy number to count on. It's a little more nuanced, and you don't know for sure what you're getting out of it. So I still count all the calories, but I just get to have the knowledge that I made a slightly better choice than eating, freshly cooked rice. Technically, slightly better. But a similar thing goes for a lot of nuts. About 25% of the calories in nuts can't be absorbed because a portion of what you eat in the nut, just your body can't process it like calories, so it gets passed. 0-calorie sodas. Technically, it says 0 on it. In reality, it's probably 3 calories. So as long as you're not going like, way overboard with the 0-calorie sodas, then you're probably okay drink as many as you like and not count them and feel okay about it. But like, 4 or 5 in a day until you get to like really needing to be very specific about your intake. Fiber too. Fiber is a great one to add. Anything that is dense in fiber gives you the benefit of your body digesting it better than a lot of other stuff. And also fiber and protein help not just with digestion, but they help with what's the word? Satiation. The act of making you feel full. So certain foods are more satiating than others, and protein-based things are huge on that. Also, protein, you can take about somewhere between 15 and 25% of the calories of protein, any protein that you're eating, and you can discount those calories. If you really wanted to do the math on it, you could. I don't think it's one of those, again, I don't think it's worth doing the math on, but your body has to work harder to burn protein. So even though I have, say, 200 calories of tri-tip sitting here, because my body has to work extra hard to burn those 200 calories, it's as if I'm burning extra calories to consume that. So you can discount the 200 calories by about 25%. So if I really wanted to, I could consider it 150 calories. I'm not going to count it that way because I think that that's a little too nitpicky to, and also not accurate enough to work from. But that does mean if you eat more heavily proteined things like, chicken and beef and meats that are heavy in protein, it means that your body is going to end up with a lot more of those like discounted calories than not, because you're going to feel more full because consuming protein makes you feel more full, and then 2, you're getting those discounted calories that you are counting in your favor, even if you're not gonna do the math on them specifically. I'm not a big breakfast person, so I generally don't eat breakfast. I usually try and eat something for lunchtime, and I try and eat something like decently satiating. I'm really late to eating my lunch today. I usually eat between like 12:30 and 1, but I still haven't finished it yet. But also, I'm not hungry right now. I got a little bit of that like, ooh, I'm hungry kind of sensation a while ago. About 3 hours ago, like 11 o'clock my time. I got that like, I could eat. But I didn't get up to grab a snack. I just hung out. And then 20 minutes later, that sensation was gone. So like a lot of times, just because your body is digesting something, moving something, or even sending chemicals that tell you you're hungry, you might not actually be hungry. It might just be more like you're bored. One good habit that I saw online from someone else, they're like, if you need a snack in between meals, make it a raw carrot, but don't keep bags of carrots. Keep only whole carrots. Because if you are not hungry enough to go shave down a carrot and then, eat it with whatever, then you're not hungry. So it's like, if you're willing to put in some energy to get the thing, that determines whether you're actually hungry or not, or if it's just like a boredom level thing. And I think that's a pretty solid piece of advice. Making different choices with snacks I basically don't eat chips anymore. Chips are a bunch of hollow ass calories because most of the calorie in a chip comes from the oil that it was cooked in. So, like, realistically, if you can avoid chips, that's great. There are baked chips that are better, but I found my best snack, my best like secret weapon snack has been air fry or air popped popcorn. So I bought an air popper off of Amazon for, I don't know, $25 or something. And it just uses hot air to percolate the kernels and heat them until they start popping, and then it all comes out into a bowl. So the popcorn, unsalted, unbuttered, 4 cups. So if I took this bowl that I've got here, and you can see how big my hands are and the fork for scale, if I took this bowl and I mounded it like this with popped popcorn, like this big, it's like 150 calories for a mound of popcorn. So when you're bored and want a snack and you want something that you can eat over a duration of time and you can just munch on for a while, popcorn is huge. And then if you get a spray on butter, you can just give it a light spritz, just enough to make some salt stick, and then you're golden. Like, you're so set if you do that, and it's incredibly low value. I keep my hand very light when I use the sprayer because trying to calculate the spray on butter, because it's like the number of calories is a serving size of 1/20th of a spritz. It's like, what? 1/20th of a second of a spritz of this is how I'm supposed to calculate the value there. That's not, I can't math that. That's not real numbers. But popcorn is great. I just air pop it so that you're avoiding oil and not saturating it in oil. You can get they have low calorie flavor shakers for popcorn that have different kinds of artificial flavoring to them. Those are great. A lot of people like rice. Rice is actually really calorically pretty dense and it's pretty basic. But I think that it's great with a lot of things, but you should get used to the concept of like smaller portion sizes. A half a cup of rice is plenty, and I'm 6'3", 6'2 and a half, 6'3", and 233 pounds. And a half a cup of rice with a decent mound of meat. Today I have more meat than I usually would have in this kind of a bowl, where I put what was left on it. I didn't want to leave, a small sliver of tri-tip left over. So I used what was left, but it's like 180 grams of tri-tip. So it's a bit bigger than what I would normally go for, but that's, a slightly larger serving size than usual. Okay, popcorn's amazing. Salmon, if you like to cook, salmon is great. You can get frozen salmon fillets that are from Walmart for pretty cheap. I think they end up mathing out to like $3 or $4 per salmon fillet. So it's not amazing, but salmon is really good. It's got a lot of good things in it for you. Fish oil is good for your skin. There's healthy fats in it, but the big thing is like 250 calories for one serving. That's like 4 to 6 ounces ish, something like that. 4 ounces, 250 calories. I like to pan sear it. Gets you a nice crispy edge. I do skinless. You can also bake it. If you bake it, you can avoid adding any oil to it at all. You just salt and pepper it, and if you want garlic or whatever your flavor choice is, take a piece of tin foil, square-ish shape, put your salmon fillet in it, then season it up however you want to. If you use like the bucket of butter, which is vegetable oil spread, that's 35 calories per tablespoon. You put a little tablespoon or half a tablespoon on top of your salmon, season it up however you want to, fold up the tin foil and let it bake at like 350, 375 until it's, if you want internal temperature, 145 according to the USDA. If you are going based on like Master Chef, internal temperature is like 130. Take it out. True, but so microplastics, from what I saw, one of the biggest things in microplastics is don't heat food in a plastic bowl ever again. Plastic dish, plastic bowl, Tupperware, never. Put it in a glass container and heat it that way. Most people, from what I saw, it was a TED Talk. I don't know the validity of it. I did not check the study that he was referencing. It was, his own study, but it was a TED Talk. And he said that people could cut out 30% of the microplastics that they're taking in by simply not heating plastic dishes in the microwave that they have food in that they intend on consuming. And I was like, oh shit. Because how many times do we go, well, Tupperware says it's microwave safe, so then we put it in the microwave. It's like, technically, yeah, it's not, it's not going to explode because it's in the microwave, but that doesn't make it safe for us. So I've been trying to be better about only putting glass containers in the microwave. For sure. I mean, the thing with microplastics is that we just don't know. That's the biggest thing for me, is we don't know how much of an effect it may or may not have on us in the grand scheme of things. So that's my only hiccup with it, I don't know what the microplastics may or may not do to us in the long run. But I'd like to lose some weight. I would like to do it in a way that's not going to drain the soul out of me. So I do still want to eat well. Vegetables is key. Figure out a vegetable that you like. Even better than that, find vegetables at the store that are cheap. Then buy those and figure out recipes online that are worth using because they're cheap and easy and tasty. There's a guy that I watch some of his content, Liam something. I don't remember his full name. He's a content creator, but he also has been in fitness for a while and nutrition and health. He actually takes the time to evaluate studies and stuff that other people are trying to like throw out there as news. And Liam is great because he is all about trying to have a healthy relationship with food while making better choices, while at the same time understanding that people are human. And so, yes, plant slant. And so he is all about reminding people that it's okay to do different things and, eat a bowl of chips. If chips are your go-to, eat a bowl of chips. But if you really, if you want to stick to your calorie goals, if you want to stick to your goals, eat that bowl of chips, but then add, some fruit to it so that you're having some of this. You add some carrots when you're having your snack. He is all about the beans, yeah. But he often repeats something that he heard somewhere else, which was eat what you want, add what you need, something like that. And the idea is like, okay, I want, say I really want a quesadilla. So cool, get a quesadilla, but get a carb counter tortilla, half the calories, or get a fiber enriched tortilla, still reduced calories, but an entire day's serving of fiber in one tortilla. 20 something grams, I think, is the ones that I got from Mission Brand. So now all of a sudden you're hitting a fiber goal that is going to help with your digestion, but also just, help with the calories and weight loss situation. And then, so make yourself a tortilla, or a quesadilla, but like add some black beans and some corn to it so that you're getting some nutritional value. You're hefting up the meal, add some protein to it so that you're helping increase the satiation. And honestly, one of the things that I figured out, we do taco night every other week, give or take. And when we do taco nights, we end up, I end up doing, so we've got 3 kids, right? And the 3 kids are all different about what they like to eat. One of them likes avocados, the other 2 don't. One of them will eat onions, the other 2 don't. The other one will eat, the other one eats chips with cheese and stuff melted out. Yeah, sure. Go get your stuff set up. He'll eat basically like poor man's nachos through the microwave. So he'll do that, but he won't eat like any of the vegetable stuff unless I make him. So I found when I make these, I don't have them in the room with me, but on Amazon I found these containers that you get, you would have in any professional kitchen. They are just like Tupperware container things, and they are probably about 3 or 4 cups of volume in them, and they're really cheap. I'd have to look them up if you were interested, but I use those, and I will basically take a can of corn, drain it out, put it in one of those, take a can of black bean, wash it off, drain it, put it in one of those, dice up some onion, put it in one of those. I do every ingredient that you might want for taco night. I do all of them, and I put them all in those containers, and then we have everything we need. And so I found myself like, oh, I want this, I want this, I want this. And I start filling up my tortilla with all of this stuff that I want to put in it. And I found that I am actually going way overboard on the amount of food I'm trying to include in one serving of one burrito. And so I started reducing the amount of food that I'm putting into each tortilla so that I can actually roll it into a burrito. And then I try and always remind myself when I get done eating, as much as it tasted great, wait. Sit back on the couch, relax, wait, give myself, say, 10 minutes of having finished eating. Give myself like 10 minutes. And once I have completed eating, and it's been about 10 minutes, if I'm still feeling hungry, then I will go ahead and maybe go get another, small serving of stuff. But when you start looking at calories, you'll realize pretty quickly like how many calories are in some things, and you're like, oh my god, that's so not worth it. A tortilla, a regular flour tortilla the size that they do at Chipotle, 210, no, the ones from Chipotle are probably a bit more, so maybe 250 calories for a Chipotle tortilla. Crazy. You get a tortilla slightly smaller than that is a carb counter one, and you can get it at about 60 calories because they cut a bunch of the carbs out of it. Greek yogurt. If you want a snack in the middle of the day, low-fat cottage cheese, if you like cottage cheese. Half a cup of low-fat cottage cheese is 90 calories. If you do a half a cup of that, some people do bagel sprinkles, the everything bagel seasoning packet. Some people will take their cottage cheese, spritz it with that, eat it. Some people like to do fruit on their cottage cheese, or fruit and honey and make it like a sweeter thing. I like to just eat cottage cheese plain. But Greek yogurt, you can get light Greek yogurt that is 2/3 of a cup for 90 calories. And the one that I do is Dannon brand. It's a vanilla flavored Greek yogurt. It's amazing. Like 10 out of 10 would recommend for everyone. I will eat that plain with nothing else special going for it. 2/3 of a cup, and it's only 90 calories. Alternatively, I will also put fruit on it, and I got a 0 sugar caramel syrup. So I might put some fruit and some honey-based granola, which is granola is a little bit heavier on the calories, but I'll just like do a spritz of it, just a light sprinkling of it, and I get about 50 calories worth of granola on there. And then granola and honey, or not honey, but caramel sauce on the yogurt, and like that's good to go. Like as is, don't need to do anything else to it. Eat it as is. Now, if you're wild, one of my more recent ones that I've gotten into that is so good, so good. Vanilla Greek yogurt. Start with that. Whether you like granola or not, take it or leave it. Up to you. Sprinkle a little bit of the oat granola, honey and oat granola. Take one slice of bacon, which bacon, surprisingly, a slice of bacon is only usually about 50 or 60 calories for a cooked slice of bacon. So get a cooked slice of bacon. You don't want it to be so crispy that it's like hard and crunchy or burnt, but you don't want it to be soft. You want it like in that nice crispness that it'll still snap for you. Get that, crumble it up, sprinkle it on top. 0 sugar or no added sugar, low calorie, whatever you call it. There's syrup from Walmart brand. 10 calories per tablespoon compared to 100 calories per tablespoon of regular syrup. Insane difference between those two things. Insane level of difference. So you go with that. You get that low calorie variant of it. You do all that. It's less than 200 calories, and it ends up tasting like this vanilla maple bacon bowl of just delicious fucking... it's so good that it's become such a common treat for me that the other day I baked an entire sheet of bacon to put in the fridge so that I would have it on tap for when I did want this, because it's been a regular go-to for me. So good. So good. Can I plant grass here? Yeah. Can't do any grass here. Do some shrubberies. I think this is looking much more alive. Okay. Haratarth, I don't know if you're interested, but Void, who was just in here a minute ago, he is getting ready to start streaming for the evening. I have to hop off to go tend to the children's. I am going to raid him through Twitch. But also, if you want it, here is his toggle on YouTube chat. There we go. So that's his YouTube channel. I think I grabbed the right link, hopefully. Yeah, so he's getting ready to go live. I am gonna raid him in just a minute when I hop off through Twitch. I think that this build is really coming together and actually looking like a real place. Plant Everything has been phenomenal for making that a valuable change. I need to go... I should probably update my to-do list. I need to go do torches underneath around the rest of the way. I'm really surprised that I got this much done today between getting distracted by the stairs and then bringing this all the way around. It's actually been a lot. But I still need to figure out something to do for when I fall in the water eventually. Because I will eventually fall in the water. And when I do, I currently don't have a way out of the water except swimming along the edge until I find some kind of a ramp up and hopefully can hop out. So I got to figure out, maybe be able to like plop some wooden stairs just under the water level so that it's not super noticeable, but I could maybe do those every once in a while so that I do have a way up in case I do fall in. Yeah, so that's looking pretty good. Let me see. My hard drive was getting incredibly full earlier, so I have 144 gigs left, so I have to do a lot of editing tonight and this weekend. Oh, fuck. My hip. Oh, yeah. That's the one. I definitely need to update my to-do list at some point. So I've got in here, I've got this to-do list as a, like large scale plans, right? Building out the walls, the turrets on the walls. The water wall is what I'm calling the walkway on the edge of the ocean. I've got the dock kind of done. I didn't put a building out there yet. I didn't do this. Didn't do all of these things yet because I kept getting distracted with things. And then this is the mini to-do list where it's like, I need more ash wood. I need to tame some wolves. I can deal with the wood later. I did get some of that wood already. I think enough for now. I need to collect more smoke puffs, raspberries, red mushrooms, and blueberries. And I still need to figure out decorations for the portal room. I have no idea what to do in here. But that's the basement was never intended to be like a focal point of, the world. It's supposed to just be, it's supposed to be the place that I go do the things. I think what I'm going to do is set a recording for the big long flyby, base wide. Actually, let's do the wall part again. Let's run that one. So I set this flyby to run along this morning for the outside edge so that I could record like the difference of the project as I went along. And I just realized what time it is. My base's defenses is not really much of a thing. My base's defenses are just they are what they are. Like, it's mostly just me. If I get raided, it's just me defending myself as is with what it is. I'm going to start a Twitch raid to send anybody still on Twitch over to Void. See what he's working on. And then I shared the link to you for his YouTube channel. If you want to, he should have his stream up. So if you want to go do that, yeah, I'm going to set this up to raid him. And then I'm going to hop off and go get my kiddo. Thanks for hanging out. I really appreciate it. And I hope you come back around the next time I'm on. And if I can get my stuff together, I can actually put some time on editing and get some videos up soon, hopefully. So we'll see if I can get that on. All right, sending the raid over. Thanks again.